Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Button 91. We're talking to you guys about Love is Blind. We're doing episode 6 and 7 all together. Yes, you can now have the freedom to say whatever you want to say in this particular live. It's gonna get real messy real quick. And I'm gonna tell you, listen, we're gonna have a good old jolly time talking about Love is Blind. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know what to say, but I've got too much to get together. And I wish I never did 2 episodes together because it's mad. I could have done 1 episode each and it would have been crazy, but we decided to put the 2 together. And I think we have a super panel later on tonight as well. So you have a super panel later on tonight. I am going to open up the session for you guys if you want to have your say as well. We're going to be on it for 2 hours. All right. So 2 hours max, get it in, get it out. Let's just give you a quick recap of what happened in episode 6 and 7. First, JP and Taylor. Let's talk about their particular situation. JP and Taylor, I don't know what's going on, but JP's muteness is madness. I just don't understand it. Bro told us about the fact that makeup was too much for him. I'm sorry, I never heard a brother ever in my entire life go so mute over makeup. Something isn't quite right with JP. I need him to be honest and truthful. Yes, she said your breath stink, but that's not the reason why you're not talking. She told you your breath stink in episode 5, not episode 1, 2, not as soon as you landed. I need you to get it together. I need you to be honest. I need you to be open. I need you to tell the truth as to why you're not actually opening your mouth. Okay? All right? I need you to be honest about why you're not opening your mouth. It's boring. It's annoying. It's frustrating. We got Stacy and Izzy. Stacy and Izzy's situation. I actually started to like them in the last episode. Well, episode 6. Episode 7. Episode 6 was crazy, and I'll tell you why, because we first got introduced into Stacy's lifestyle. And I want to say this, listen, I'm never mad at any man or woman when you got money. If you got money, you got money. Okay, all right. Now there's some rough edges about Izzy that need to be refined. Like, for instance, in episode 6, 7, we find out you're eating off paper plates. Now I'm gonna be honest with you, sir, we don't need that. Okay, all right. That's something that needs to be refined, but it's not a deal breaker. It's a refinement, not a deal breaker. Now, old girl dropped in a bar and said about, would you be able to pay for the HVAC? Let me just say this first and foremost. If it was a man inviting a woman into our house, would she expect the man to say, well, just in case you want to let you know, the HVAC is going to be 20,000? The part that confused me is that I want to see traditional in you paying for dates, but when I'm moving into a house, you want me to pay 20K in HVAC. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm all down for the man playing the traditional role. What I'm saying is you want me to move into your house, and unless that house becomes my name and my deed, I don't want to hear about paying 20K in HVAC. Yeah, I don't want to hear it, right? But I love her family. I think her family very sensible. The father's quiet, but he speaks when he needs to speak. Love that as well. Can't wait to see Izzy's family because I don't know what's going on there. But we have to have a conversation about that as well. All right. Then obviously we also get Milton and Lydia. Let me be real with you. The Milton and Lydia situation, it's going to end up being control because one's got such a huge age gap, and Lydia's way of doing things, she wants it done her particular way. I mean, the shirt situation should have never happened. Baby, I know you want him to wear black, but you have to be able to say, babe, I would love for you to wear black so we can match. If he then says no, deal with it, move on. You cannot force somebody into trying to force them into a color. I know Milton's very much aware of her trying to force things, and so I think he's fighting back a bit more than he actually would normally. Okay, so for me personally, I can see that, and I see why that Milton's fighting back on certain things. He don't want to hear none of that bull crap you're giving. Okay, he don't want to hear none of that bull crap you're giving. Okay, let it go. Then we obviously have Izzy and Johnny. Johnny's a goddamn liar and she's a manipulator, and she tried to spin the whole narrative. Now don't get it twisted, Izzy came at Johnny and made sure she knew, hey, look, the way you've been moving, some of the things aren't on it. But for you to try and make it as if like Izzy said you're a piece of doo-doo and crap, and you said that to Chris, I'm disappointed. Not only am I disappointed in Johnny reporting that way to try and get sympathy from Chris, it's manipulative because she knows what Chris is going to do. I'm disappointed in Chris. You said you didn't want to go there. You said you don't want to go. You said that you didn't want to go there because you got told by the boys, specifically Izzy, that you know what Johnny had said. And then suddenly we're back here again, and you're telling me, we're back here again, and you're telling me, okay, that that you're back with her again. I'm like, bro. So what's the point of comparing notes? What's the point of comparing notes? Okay, uh, that's nuts. For me. Okay, that was nuts for me. Okay, um, and then we had obviously Uche and Aaliyah. I want to say this first and foremost. Uche and Aaliyah. I want to say this. It was actually a very good conversation between Aaliyah and Uche. I think it was a very good conversation. The conversation you had at the dinner, uh, you know, I'm cool. I'm cool. I think that conversation at the dinner was really cool. How Lydia knew that he'll be at dinner with Aaliyah, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if who told Lydia or whatever. That was confusing. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But their conversation around, her saying she wants marriage. He then tells her a story about how Lydia invaded his space. And I want to be very, very clear. I understood where Uche was coming from, and I'll go deeper into it when I break it down. I understand where Uche was coming from in terms of why he didn't tell Aaliyah all the truth about Lydia, because it was a dangerous place to be in. So I do understand part of the reason why he didn't tell her about her bad behavior. I just wish he didn't try to endorse it, though, how great she was. He should have been like, okay, cool, that's your friend, that's it. But instead, he kind of endorsed it. I didn't want to see him do that, right? And then the conversation between Uche and Lydia, a waste of goddamn time. And I'll tell you why it's a waste of time. Why the frick did you use that time to go back over the past? Why didn't you tell her that it's not about the past? Let's talk about the future, which is what I've seen in the pods has been concerning me. You got real close to Aaliyah, knowing that me and Aaliyah have got a connection. That's what you should address. You addressing the whole stalker stuff, listen, didn't need to, because you told Aaliyah already the truth. But why were you trying to address Lydia about that issue? We didn't need that. We didn't need that in that particular position. Right? So we didn't need that in that particular position. We needed you just to tell the current status of what's happening right now. Right? Yeah. So for me personally, that's what I wanted to see. I didn't need you to address the past, because then you dragged her into a past situation. And then the ladies too, I really don't also like the fact that the ladies tried to call Milton over. What the fuck is Milton going to do? Sorry. What is Milton going to do? What is Milton going to do? What, he's going to fight Uche? Huh? He's going to fight Uche? Get him over there. I'm like, yo. You know what I mean? I was like, yo, like, what do you want Milton to go and do? Fight Uche? Like, the lady's like, get over here, Milton. Go run after your girl. Bro, you're going to get this nigga bunched up for no reason, blood. You're going to get into a situation for no reason. And only for him to be dismissed by Lydia anyway. Only for him to be dismissed by Lydia anyway. You know what I'm saying? So for me personally, you almost got Milton effed up for no reason. Like, you got to be very careful on kind of things there, But yeah, that's a quick summary of the things that went down on this particular episode. And last few episodes and stuff. And we're gonna break it all the way down. So from episode 6 to 7, we're gonna break it all the way down. And have a conversation about it. All right, let's get into this. Before we do, let's do some housekeeping situations. Make sure if you're new here, you like, you share, you subscribe. Okay. Like, share, subscribe, click on the bell button for the notification of the uploads. Yes, if you are here and you haven't subscribed, why haven't you done so already? This is a great channel to be at, and you're seeing some great content live as well, which we do quite a bit during the course of the week. So if you haven't done so, click on that subscribe button right now. Don't waste time. Click on that button right now. We're trying to get to 100K by the end of the year. You guys have been helping us grow astronomically. We're on 77,000 and counting, and it's beginning to speed up. So I really appreciate you guys and believe that you guys can help us get to that particular destination, as well. So yeah, thank you very much for that. And second thing is, you can join our membership, which is £1, $1, and it just means that you can be a part of the family, supporting the channel, but also joining our membership only lives on a Tuesday, or every other Tuesday, I should say. The next one is next Tuesday, where people get to drop some gems and some bars and some real conversation as well on there for you guys. And if you haven't done so, or you like a bit more intimate spaces, then the Patreon is the place to be. The Patreon is where we get to have conversations on Discord about all your favorite TV shows. You're Ready to Love, your Love is Blind, your Ultimatum, your Love and Marriage, your Sisters, Atima, any BET shows, any of those kind of shows, The Shy, whatever. You can discuss it on the Discord and discuss it with other people as passionate and as caring, as an invested as you are. So if you haven't done so, make sure you jump on the Patreon as well. It's a necessity for you guys to do so. And finally, don't forget to grab your particular merchandise as well. Listen, send them back to the manufacturer. You know why? Because when they're not fit for purpose, where do you send them back to? Where the frick they came from. Okay, all right. When they don't fit the purpose, where do you send them back to? Right where they freaking came from. Make sure you grab your merchandise down below. You can click on the description box, or it should be down below on your tabs as well, where you can see a couple of the merchandise there. It will take you to the website and the shop where we sell these glorious, glorious merchandises as well. Jacqueline asks, how do you join the membership? There is a $ at the very bottom. Click on the $ at the very bottom, and what it will allow you to do is then to sign up to the membership. It's £1, it's a $1, so we'll have to see that green star by your name as well. Okay, let's get into some conversation. And talk some Love is Blind right now. I'm going to try and hopefully I can bring up. I'm going to talk with JP first, and Taylor, sorry, JP and Taylor. I don't know why I said Morgan. I think I was thinking of JP Morgan. Let's talk about JP and Morgan. Okay, let's talk about them, because first and foremost, they were annoying. Okay, all right, they were annoying. All right, let's go. Ooh, yeah. All right, there we go.
I know, and you don't change.
Well, today didn't make it any better.
Yeah, because you don't change. You're steadfast in the fact that it's awkward.
That's how I
it's
feel.
It's going to be super awkward.
That's
no
how
matter
I feel.
what.
And that's how I felt for 3 days.
Yeah, and
now let's talk a little bit about this couple, because I think they're quite intriguing and quite interesting. JP and Taylor are interesting, and I'll tell you why they are interesting is because we really rarely hear JP speak. We rarely hear him say any words of profoundness. We rarely hear him say anything. Now, the problem I have with JP specifically, first, because everybody's on mute like he's at a Beyonce concert, is the fact that when you are in a relationship, a brand new one, you've still got to communicate. But here's also my problem too. Taylor knew this was a problem from the jump. Why are we lying to ourselves from the very beginning? You knew that he was a bit quiet and you were filling in the gaps, and you said it. I hated having to fill the gaps in the pods. But you went with what you felt. Now, here's the thing. If you know that you're not invested in, if you know that this thing is going to be a big issue for you in terms of communication, you need to be true to your principles. When you're not true to your principles and you betray yourself, you end up in these type of situations. Now, communicational issue, the fact that he can't talk very well is definitely something deeper. And definitely something that we have to look further back into his childhood or younger days as to why he is the way he is. It is very weird for me. It is very weird for me that we have this conversation about JP, because the reality of thing we're asking him to do is to open up his mouth and discuss how he feels. The only time he really talks is when he's under attack from Taylor, right? The only way we hear him speaking is when he's under attack from Taylor. Now, what I feel like is that JP, maybe he's never had a safe space before. Maybe when it comes to women, he's never really had a safe space before, which is whatever happened with mother or whatever happened with the upbringing of the environment, whether it happened with dad, whatever it was, there probably wasn't a safe space to have conversation and say how he feels. Because the only time he's talking up is when he's having to be faced by Taylor telling him you're awkward or your breath stinks or you're annoying. Or at the very end of the relationship where that person is saying, I'm going to leave now. Oh, no, don't leave now. All of a sudden, you've got some talking to do. And here's the reality, just based on my own experience, and maybe I can bring a perspective here. My only reason why I feel like I can maybe add something is when I wasn't in one particular relationship, I struggled to be able to have conversation. In fact, the early years of relationship, I did struggle to be able to open up. I struggled to talk, and the reason why is because I needed the conversation to be on a certain level, and it wasn't always on that level. And when it wasn't always on that level, I wasn't able to very communicate very well. And so, unless it hit certain points of conversation, such as sports or religion or relationships, I found it very difficult. Now, the part of it that I felt difficult because that safe space wasn't necessarily always created in childhood, right? You weren't always given a space to talk and be free and just be a kid and just be able to converse. You were normally told be seen but not heard. You know what I mean? You can be seen, but you shouldn't be heard. And that impacts children growing up. And so when a child is not able to be heard but can be seen, the difficulty is you find it very difficult to open up your mouth and really be able to communicate. Now, that's my experience. I'm not going to say that's absolutely what JP's facing, but what I am saying is something's not quite right with JP. Something's not quite right with JP because he's unwilling to speak even in a safe space. Now, what's interesting is the thing that he launched at with Taylor was, oh, I don't like the fact that you wear makeup. When I first met you, the reason why is because you had so much makeup on, and that's not how I thought I liked you. And I think that's quite interesting, right? I think it's quite interesting that he picked up on the makeup situation, because what is it about makeup that can be an issue? Now, I don't think that's the issue. That's not the issue. That is not the main issue. But is it attached to the main issue? Yes, it still makes sense. It's really interesting to see. And I'll tell you why I still believe that the makeup has an issue. The makeup is an issue, not because makeup is an issue, but because of what makeup represents. Right? It's because of what makeup makes up. Okay? Makeup can become an issue and a stumbling block because of the way that certain people look at makeup in terms of being what is really being true. Okay? So when he's attaching her to being fake, I think he needs to choose a better word here. You have an issue with makeup because you feel like you're not getting her vulnerable self. And you don't feel safe because you don't believe it's a vulnerable, safe space. And the makeup doesn't help that because the makeup creates a certain persona and a certain image. And so I think that's a part of it. I don't think it's definitely not all of it. Okay, right? It's definitely not all of it. But I think definitely the makeup aspect is all about vulnerability, right? And maybe again, I'm projecting because I'm a person. I don't particularly like makeup. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a makeup person. I love seeing you in your natural face. When I can look at it, I think you're attractive in your most natural face. But I realized when I started deepening it, the reason being, because my mom didn't really wear makeup that much. But also, secondly, it is the vulnerability aspect. It's actually a lot of reasons why men they're cool with makeup, but they love you in your natural face. And the reason why is because it links back to what we call vulnerability. The makeup, it makes you invulnerable. We don't get your natural self. Now, makeup should not make you now go mute. It should not make you go, well, I can't talk no more. It shouldn't make you go mute. You understand what I'm saying to you? It shouldn't make you go mute. Now, my issue with this is the fact that even when she didn't have the makeup on, you still weren't talking. So it's not just the makeup. The makeup might be a little bit a part of the issue, and it makes us understand a bit more when it comes to vulnerability. But there is no way. There's no way that leads to you not talking anymore. Right? I think we've got to be very honest about that. Like, there's no way that zips your mouth closed. So you've got a bigger issue than the makeup, right? You got a bigger issue. And so my thing is, and here's my real thing, and I'm going to keep it open. I'm not going to say for definite. I felt like this was not about makeup anymore, but about control. And so I started looking at it a little bit more differently. I said, JP, I hope I'm not getting it wrong, and I hope that this is not what it is. But we always talk about black men, and black men are this and that. This is a white brother looking at a white sister and telling her the makeup need to come off. But the way he's doing it and the way he's not able to speak at all, it feels like what I would call subtle control. It feels like what I would say more closer to covert control, which is that you elicit control not necessarily overtly through physical aggression or intimidation, but rather through the tearing down of somebody. Now, he didn't necessarily tear her down, but the mute, and it could be, and I'm just offering an opinion. I'm not saying it actually is. I don't want anyone to run away with it and say it definitely is. He's controlling. We're saying we're offering another perspective, and we're considering different perspectives here. One aspect is that he went so silent during that part that it could be called as punishment for the way that she dressed or the way that she looks. And of course, we have to wait. There may be other issues that he may have done this to, but obviously she's ended a relationship before it got anywhere, so we couldn't see. But it could be. I don't want to say it is, right? It could be is the fact that this could be the very beginning of control. Because here's my thing. I don't like makeup either. Right? I don't really like makeup like that. My first two girlfriends rarely wear makeup, and I mean rarely, ever. Right? Rarely ever. And I loved it. My last girlfriend, she wore makeup. And when she wore makeup when going out, I didn't say anything because that's what she likes to have. I'll always big her up and say, babe, you look beautiful without makeup. You look stunning. I love your face without it. But if you go out and you want to wear makeup, I'm not going to be mad at it. I'm not about to say, I'm not talking to you no more. I'm not about to go silent. Oh, I can't talk to her because she got makeup on. Nah, I'm not about to start doing that. So for me personally, I feel like this can lead to a place of control because the way that he went silent with it. It's not like he had a problem with it and was like, hey, I have a problem with makeup. And a lot of men don't like makeup. Fair. But the reality of the situation is I'm not going to go silent. So something is not quite right there. JP, there's some deep wounds we need to look at that if you can give us a backstory of, would understand you better. Because at this point in time, all it's looking like is control. And that's a fair point, Miss Iona, too. That's a very good point, too. She hates awkward silence. She can't sit in silence. She can't sit in silence. You get what I'm saying to you? She can't sit in silence either. So whenever she feels like there's a silence, she's not comfortable with it. That can also be frustrating too, where you're always wanting the engine to run. Sometimes shut up. I don't want to hear you speak. Sometimes let my brain. And in fact, my washing machine is going off right now. You probably can hear it. Let me go and close the door. 2 seconds, guys. Let me. I just feel like my washing machine is going off loud. You guys can probably hear that. I'll play a little bit more of the clip.
I can't change your mind. I can't change it. I'm trying to. I'm literally trying to change your mind.
It's literally the same conversation every single time you call.
Because you're not changing your mind. I've been trying every fucking day.
I know that you've been trying.
Okay. So yes. So that's the truth. Well, that's interesting. That argument itself was quite interesting as well, right? That argument between JP and Taylor, because he's also saying that for him, that he felt like she had one foot out the door the moment they landed, and I'm not sure. Again, it didn't quite get there in terms of how he knew that or why he felt that way. What it was, so it's a bit difficult. You know what I mean?
I've been trying. It's not working.
I'm sorry, we had an awkward.
You gotta move past the awkward first thing.
That's what started the whole thing.
I'm gonna move past it, and I'm gonna say night 1 here was awkward. Day 2 here was weird. Day 3 we're not able to communicate.
Day 1.
Day 4, guess what? We're not gonna be able to communicate.
So there's something there, like this. There's something not quite there. You know what I'm saying? It's not hitting. You know what I mean? And yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe he wasn't attracted and not being really fully honest about it. You know what I mean? And just not being really honest about the fact that, you know what, I'm not attracted. You know, yeah. Maybe that's also another thing that you can't. We can't put aside that you might just not have been attracted, JP, to her, and that she wasn't your type, and that you weren't, and this was your way of almost self-sabotaging. Yeah, I think so that could also play a part in the situation, because we still didn't get the real reason why, and I think even all of us are still confused, right? Because we still don't know why he feels the way he does. It's still not 100% freaking clear. They gave us a good. That scene they have is a good 12. They had a good 8 minutes, and we still don't know the issue.
Yeah. I mean, I felt you were loving, kind. I feel like you'd be supportive. No matter what.
We're still those people.
So why can't we?
Now, I want to put this picture across, right? Here, you know what? Something happened, like this amount of head tilting down to the ground, hands locked up by his sides, is giving you were beat up emotionally as a kid, man. It's giving people beat up on me, maybe parents, cousins, siblings, friends. It's giving, when you have that constant head down and talking downwards, not talking to the person's face, it's a shame. It's like you're afraid, you're embarrassed. And so when you can't talk to her face, I'm like, yo, and he's always in that position. That's telling me that you were probably beat up as a young man. You were beat up as a young boy, emotionally, probably told you weren't good enough or whatever. No one's gonna ever love you, whatever. You probably said some things against you that have really destroyed your confidence. And that is why when he's talking to her, he's consistently looking down. And so we need to address that, but we don't know what we can't address something that we don't know exactly is there. You know what I mean? Oh,
can't we just go back to them?
Go back to the pods. The pods are not real world.
We're still the same people.
Now, something's obviously interesting here, because he said he wants to go back to the pods because that's when things were working. So let's try and understand this a little bit better, right? Why would he want to go back to the pods? What is it about the pods that would make it easier for him to really connect with this lady? Intimacy issues, straight up, right? Intimacy issues, straight up. And you know what? I remember my notes. Thank you for reminding me, guys. Let me go back to the beginning of his notes with his. Let me see if I can get Love is Blind early episodes of what he said. Because I remember he did speak about his family. You're right. He did speak about his family. And I put it in my notes, but I didn't think it was going to come up. You know what I mean? Like, JP says something about his parents. His childhood. His mom was a really angry person. We've solved the case, guys. I totally forgot. I had written down in my notes. I was like, I just forgot because I didn't really consider him as an important person. I ain't gonna lie to you, my bad. But he said his mom was an angry person. Mom took anger out on his sisters and stuff. He tried to comfort his sisters. He's not mad at her anymore. But they said but they both said, I would regret not saying I love you. I get it. Oh, Elle said I'll send it like in about an hour and a half because I wanna break all this stuff down. You look, oh man, I totally forgot that JP had the angry mom situation. So it goes back to what I was saying, that there's no safe space for you to express yourself. And one of the funny things about this, it's mad. Oh man, you know what? You just misinformation. Like if I remember that, it would have made sense. But yes, having an angry mom, what it can do to a child is that the person becomes very sensitive, right? Very sensitive. And they're very sensitive to fluctuations of people's moods. They're very sensitive to people's facial expressions. They become very sensitive to people's movements and the words people say. Any slight hint of that person no longer feeling happy, that person feeling sad, that person feeling any grief, that person feeling any guilt, that person feeling any kind of way that your behavior may have impacted them, they become very sensitive, because what they're doing is they're putting themselves in a childhood state. And in the childhood state, the child is trying to anticipate the mood of the parent. When you have an angry parent who consistently shouts, screams, makes you the butt of the reason why things happened, what that child tries to do is a child tries to anticipate when you're going to get angry, when you're going to get frustrated, and a child becomes almost narcissistic. They believe that it's only to do with them. So what they try to do is they try to have some level of control and some level of power in the situation by, if I behave in a particular way, you won't get angry. The trouble is the parent usually gets angry anyway. And what that child learns to do is they learn how to watch for any slight change in the atmosphere of that person, and then they adjust. The trouble with this is, if you don't realize you're carrying that level of hypersensitivity, it's going to be very hard, number one, to open up, because you've never had a safe space to open up. Because if you open up, you never know what's going to happen to the parent. But number two, also, when you go into a relationship, any change, and this is why I was trying to ask the question, what was different in the pods to what was different in real thing? It's her. She's not the problem, but it's her. If any slight notice of her feeling some type of way is going to become a problem. If she even looks at him funny, he gonna feel some type of way. He ain't gonna open his mouth. If she even breathes funny, he's gonna feel some type of way, because he's anticipating there's going to be a change in her particular behavior. And so what he's doing is he's trying to make sure that the place that he's in, that person always is happy, they're good. And the moment that they're not too happy, he takes it as his own. But what he's doing is he's silencing himself. So I can only imagine when she said his breath was kicking, god damn, that sent him to the nether regions. When she said his breath was kicking, I know he was sent to the shadow realms. Oh, he went to heaven and came back. Like, honestly, but it's little things, because he said he said also that obviously coming to the pods, coming after the pods, coming here, that can't we go back to the pods? And I'm like, yo, it's crazy, because I can see now that, if JP feeling the way he's feeling, okay, that what, the silences, and actually in episode 2 there were awkward silences too. Then I put it in my notes, he has awkward silences, and she's talking a lot and filling in the gaps. Oh, coach, you know what? Sometimes I don't even know my own skill, man. I'll be writing stuff and not be thinking what I'm saying. Oh, guys, I had the answers in episode 2. I put it down and said, listen, he's awkward silences and she fills in the gaps too much. The reason why this went on for so long, it should have never got to this stage. This relationship never should have got this far. The problem is she talks too much. She talks too much, and when she talks too much, she actually fills in the gap, and she's actually covering for him rather than actually sitting in what it actually is. He doesn't talk. He doesn't talk, and she's been filling in the gap the whole entire time, dragging him along in the relationship, when really all she needs to do was actually, maybe this is a relationship for me. He doesn't talk very well. Right? He doesn't talk very well. Doesn't talk very much. Doesn't talk very much. Okay? So she does a lot more talking, way too much, that for him, he'd rather just sit in the silence. And the reason why, again, is because and someone said it, I think El Cid said it, he's analyzing, but there's also safety in the silence as well, right? There's safety in the silence, because if I listen, I'm not afraid that I can say something that may trigger you to a point. You may say something or do something in your anger. Remember, he's dealt with an angry mum before. So in me not saying anything, I can't say anything, because when I do say something, it may trigger you. So I'd rather stay quiet and I'd rather listen. That way I don't trigger you. I'm doing everything in my power not to trigger you. So my silence is my best place to live, because if I don't, I may trigger you and you may get angry, and it will trigger me reminding me of what I had in the past. Right? So there's a lot of things going on with JP. I was like, wait, what's going on? I just realized, yes, okay. That's why they call him Captain America. He's silent, but he's strong. But the reality is, in a relationship, though, that doesn't work. Yes, as a fireman, he may be brave. As a firefighter, he may be strong. He may be capable, because it's about action. It isn't about the relative communication, speaking up much and sharing your emotions as such. So I can understand why he may win as a firefighter, but he won't win in a relationship, because relationship require communication, and it requires communication that requires you to be verbal and to be vulnerable in those moments. But because our good sis over here was chatting so much, she wasn't analyzing that we're not actually working together here. I'm actually covering you and dragging you. You know what I'm saying to you? Right? So, it's because of American flags he's obsessed with. Okay, maybe that's what it is then. My bad. Maybe that's what it is. He's obsessed with the flags. I gave him a bit too much on top of that. Okay. So my thing is, my thing is that, simply put, Taylor has been covering him so much that she doesn't realize that she needed to take a little step back. Take a little step back. And just give him a bit of room, right? And give him a bit of room. So I don't know what her background is. I don't know if I have notes for that background as to why she talks so much. But yeah, JP part was interesting, yeah, because I remember that came up. Man, I forgot about that. Y'all reminded me. I was like, let me go back to my notes. Okay. Let me go back to my notes in that space. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting for JP and Taylor. I do think that they chose the right thing to do by saying they're going to end the relationship. I think that's sensible. I think that's a comfortable place to be in, and I think that was the right decision, because, in all honesty, their relationship got to a point where, they. Oh, she said she didn't love herself. Okay, we can discuss that then. And I was glad that they got to the end and said, you know what, they're not going to make it. No, they're not going to go anywhere with it, because, listen, they've reached a point where they can no longer go forward. She is not getting what she needs, and so thus the relationship's done. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. Now, someone said she didn't love herself. Yeah, and you know what? That's interesting, because you see, loving yourself, she might be filling in the gaps because she's afraid of being afraid that silence means abandonment, or silence means the person doesn't want you no more, right? The silence is too much for her, because it means the person's pondering and contemplating, and if they ponder and contemplate too long, it may mean they don't want her no more. You know what I mean? So when you don't love yourself in that space, one of the things that can happen, and that's usually because of the childhood again, whatever happened in your childhood, where you may not feel like you've been loved and you've been appreciated and been taken care of, and you've been given a space to grow and manifest in your personal identity and your personality. When you don't feel that love, what you can do is end up talking too much, because you want to fill the space, because that space doesn't make you feel comfortable, and you're not able to sit in it, because whenever that space happens for you, you think that someone's judging, analyzing, or trying to make a critique or judgment against you. Yeah. So, that could be a reason. I'm not saying it actually is. It could be a reason, just something to think about as to why she always has to fill the space up. Like, it's not necessary. You don't have to always fill the space up. Like, you can be quiet, but maybe being quiet in her household normally led to something crazy and dysfunctional in the house. Maybe in her household, before there was chaos, before there was dysfunction, silence normally came first, and then the dysfunction. Maybe in her household, happiness never lasted very long, and so whenever there was silence, that was the preeminent of something crazy about to happen. So that's also a situation as well, right? So yeah, that's also something that maybe potentially for her could be happening. That could be happening for her too, right? Okay, let's move it on then. We spent a lot of time on them. I didn't realize I was going to spend so much time, but we have enjoyed the conversation with them. I think they're very cool, and I like their relationship. Let's talk about obviously Stacy and Izzy. Stacy and Izzy. Stacy and Izzy. Okay, Stacy and Izzy. Woo, baby. I'll tell you something about Stacy and Izzy. Now, Stacy is somebody who is not very open when it comes to her emotions. So I'm going to provide a clip so we can get there as well, because I think it'd be good to. All right.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
In a dress that I like.
I'm sure you'll find one.
You know, and then like flowers I like, and, you know, food that's good.
What kind of flowers do you like? I don't even know your favorite flower.
Well, I don't either. I mean, roses are nice. I don't know the names of flowers. I know like flowers, but I don't like a lot of color.
Okay. So Izzy and Stacy, I think they're an interesting couple, and I'll tell you why they're an interesting couple. Stacy and Izzy are very interesting because she can be a little bit hypercritical. She can be. She mentions a lot of things that she doesn't like. She can be a little bit critical. I think also second thing is Stacy isn't as emotionally presenting as Izzy. She doesn't necessarily present, talk, move, showcase emotion as Izzy does. Izzy, literally, when he went to the house in episode 7, they were like, "Hey, great to meet you," and he smiled in emotion. Like his whole smile was emotional. They are two different people at that spectrum, right? And I think what I'm afraid of is that with Stacy's much more less emotional state, what that does is that oftentimes whoever's less emotional tends to have more control. Not always, because some people use their emotions to manipulate. So, but tends to have more control. She's older than him too, more life experience. And what I saw was that as soon as they went to the house, she was critical of a couple of things that he was doing, right? And I think to myself, like, maybe you might want to slow down on that, right? But what's also interesting is the speed she went to with sexual innuendos was interesting. We've gone from I'm a fun, loving person and I don't really share emotions to I'm ready for you to blow my back out. Like, and I want you to be blowing my back out real difficult. And I feel like that is oftentimes an indication of someone not as in tune with their emotions, and you're going to find difficulty when it gets to emotional spaces because a person will not reason in that particular way. And I wonder if that came because of the difficulty her parents and the family experience of financial. Okay. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Okay. But, you know, so for me personally, when I saw that, it was very heavy on innuendos. When they're playing the hockey, or sorry, they're playing the top golf, you can see that Izzy, as much as he likes Stacy, Stacy is a lot. She's a lot for somebody straight away. Like the energy, the vibes, the passion, the comedy, you know, the rawness. I've just done a doo-doo, I've broken the toilet. You know what I mean? It's very laddish. That's what Stacy does. Stacy's very laddish, very mannish, masculine. Right? Let's call it what it is. Very masculine in the way she presents at points in time. She wants to lead at points, but wants him to lead at other points, right? But she personally has a lot of the masculine energy in the way that she presents the jokiness, the vibes, the sexual innuendos. You know, yes, she's very forward, but that adds to the masculine presentation. That adds to the very masculine presentation. Very direct. Call it what you want. It adds to the masculine presentation. Okay. All right. So she has a lot more masculine traits and falls in line with that it becomes laddish. And so at certain points, you know what I mean? At certain points, we gotta call it what it is. You know what I mean? We gotta call it what it is. All right. Now, going on to their situation, because she kept on saying, you know, she loves big sticks, and you know, she was like, he's very shy in the bedroom. She thought it would come on, that he would come on stronger. You know, she said, you know, that she even said that she's in love with him, you know. And so it was interesting to see, and I was like, okay, you know, I was like, okay, cool. So sis really wants to lay the pipe work down. Now, what that can do for some guys, when it's about a relationship, that forwardness can become a problem, right? That forward, especially in the bedroom, that can, you know, I'm gonna say something, you know, let me say it real spit, right? See, men love forwardness when they want to fuck. All right? When men want to just have sex with you, oh, by all means, be as forward as you want, because we want to get it in. But when a man wants to love you, that forwardness comes off cringe, and it comes off like you just care about sex and nothing else. So when Stacy's dropping these innuendos all the time, so forward already about big sticks, dagga, and this and that, it's coming off wrong because he wants to actually love her. See, had it been he wants to have sex with her and he wants her to be having the plates, the plastic plates, and leave her ring and leave her blood clot earrings in the lost and found, which is crazy, but then he would have had no problem. But her forwardness is what men usually don't like. We don't like it. That's why it's masculine. Right? Yeah, she told him he wasn't aggressive in the bedroom. More like you too aggressive. More like you too aggressive, Stacey. You're too aggressive in that bedroom. I need you to calm the freak down. Okay? Calm it down. Because when men want to love you, they don't want to think of you in that fashion. Okay? So when you tell me you want me to manhandle you, that's fine. Tell me you want me to manhandle you. Don't tell me I'm not being aggressive enough, because when you say that now, you won't hit on a nerve. Okay? Right? So, and most importantly, what's interesting in this in situation is that she just needs to calm it down. You can be more forward with the sex, but don't talk. Do. See, it's you have to lead in the touch, not in the vocal. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Lead in the touch, not the vocal. But the reason why she's like that is because already she's emotionally not as connected in that particular space. And you guys have said it quite correctly. I think she's more of her father's daughter, and you know, the son that he never had. And so I think she presents in that way. She's the son that her father never had. So she takes on her father's role, her father's attributes. And so almost when you see the way she behaves, that's going to be a turn off after a while for Izzy. Yeah? We're going to talk about Izzy in a minute. Don't worry about that. I'm just breaking it down. So there's too much masculinity coming from her, too much of that presentation. And so what she needs to do is, if she wants to get Izzy on side, you want him to be a bit more aggressive. Okay? All right? That's fine. Don't tell him that he doesn't. Don't say you're not being aggressive. You say, listen, I want to, you know, baby, I like when you take control. I like when you take, then, you know, then you're going to get him there. Secondly, here's the thing too, right? Using your body rather than your words. Men use words, women use body. When you use it the other way around, what tends to happen is that we get this imbalance. So what she needs to focus on, and why she's more of her father's daughter, is because as a woman, you learn this oftentimes from your mom. You learn how to use your body, not your words. Your words come as a way of influencing, but you don't use it to direct. Direction and command are for men, the saying, right? In the masculine. When you're talking about relationship. Now, someone's going to say to me, they don't like that, but I'm just going to be real with you. Don't command the man. Don't direct the man. You suggest to the man. Some of you might not like it. That's your business. Take the free gift I've given you. Okay. Use suggestion, not direction. And the thing is, she learned that because her father's probably the exact same way. She's more of her daddy's daughter. So I can understand why she picked up those traits. It's probably made her very successful in business because you need to be direct. You need to be commanding. In business, you don't suggest, you use these languages that are very, I want this, I want that. I want this, I want that. Those are the words you say, you need to do this. That's what happens. Right? So that is what's really important in that particular thing, okay? So if she can get to a place where she can begin to suggest, not command, not direct, she'll find herself in a better place. Karina, I know you said don't command anyone. Women like men that tend to what? Direct and bring command. Maybe command is a bit more harsher, but they love a man that can direct. I'm sorry to say it. I know you probably don't want to hear it, but most women do like a man that can direct. They don't want to hear suggestions. They want to hear, this is where we're going to go. This is what we're going to do. You want me to take control of this, do that, that. Because men are called to be leaders and women like traditional men. Majority of women like traditional men. Now, there are going to be women that don't like that, and I fully understand that. But the majority end up liking traditional men. And that comes with also language of how we deal with things, language and action. So for Stacy, if she's to make that relationship work with Izzy, yeah, okay, it's gonna be interesting, okay, all right. Someone said just slap people in the bar, to do so, okay. But I love the fact that she talked about her family, have a strong work ethic, and she said something interesting. She said a lot of money caused a split from her mom and her dad. Now I don't know what happened there, but that's really interesting, right? That's really interesting for me because when it talks about obviously her family, the fact that her mom split from her dad because of money is really interesting because clearly we saw her dad. Do we see her mom too? Is that her mom or was that her stepmom? I wasn't sure. Was that her mom or was that stepmom in episode 7? If somebody can just clarify that up for me as well. She said that the father and the mother split because of the money issues. And I guess that really obviously haunted her and caused her pain because she said herself, she doesn't want to ever feel like she doesn't have money. She doesn't want to ever feel like she has to think about money. So money is a very big thing, not because she's materialistic, but I think because of what she saw in a relationship. Okay, all right, of what she saw in a relationship. Okay, what's her mom? So I wonder if the mom and the dad they're not together anymore. Not sure, but it definitely impacted her to say and speak upon the fact that her parents split because of money. Therefore, money's about to be the biggest issue in their relationship between her and Izzy. If Izzy cannot match financial lifestyle, he's about to die an early death because she will self-sabotage if she's not aware of this situation. Right? If she's not aware of the situation. So the fact that they lost their money, and how she described it was they lost their money, especially the grandfather first. The grandfather lost the money, whatever. That happened. The father also situation happened too. They had to rebuild the family and build it back up again. So that's going to be interesting to see. Yes, and Johnny did say he took out recently a new lease on a property. Okay, a new lease on a property, and then she said he also had bad credit. Now, I didn't like the fact that Johnny said those things, but we can take it and use the information. We're gonna use it, and we're gonna use it. So, well, I would say, listen, look, it takes two to tango, but whenever people say it's not her fault that she outmans Izzy, yeah, we could say that. But the reality of the situation is, if you do not know how to relate in a relationship where your position should be played and how you should play it, you're going to be your own issue. You're going to be your own issue. And I'm going to be biased because I'm a man. So when I give my breakdowns, I'm going to be a little bit biased because I'm a man. I can try and be as balanced as possible, but I will be biased because as a man, looking at it from perspective, right? So that was interesting, right? In their situation. So, but what was interesting is this situation here. Why the frick that father will end up paying for everything doesn't make sense to me. Why is it in both episode 6 and episode 7 that Stacy speaks about her dad and says, actually, my dad will pay for everything and has paid for everything in the past? Why is your dad paying for things in the past? Why is he covering things like your HVAC bill? Why is he covering that? That's my question. Why is your dad so involved in your relationships or involved in your life so much where you've gone and bought your house yourself that you got a HVAC bill that's going to cost 20K and you can't afford it? Why would your dad get involved? Precisely the point. Another round. Precisely the point. Call it whatever you want to call it. It is what it is. She's spoiled and she's coddled. And this is going to cause an issue in a relationship in the future because it gets to a point, she's a grown-ass daughter who's gone and bought a house for herself. You've gone and bought it for yourself. It's not like he bought the house. He didn't buy the car. This is not him buying it for her. Had it been that situation, I'd be like, yeah, it's a rich daddy. Yeah, her rich daddy does that. But it speaks of a bigger issue. The dad didn't buy the house for her. She went and bought the house, meaning you're ready to maintain it yourself. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Right? Maybe I don't understand. Maybe I don't have that father who's a rich father who would spend money on that particular issue. Maybe that is me, you know? Maybe that's me. But my thing is, if you've gone and bought a house and you now get a HVAC bill and you're telling me that he's in the past contributed towards bailing you out, at a point I've got to ask, what is your financial management like? Why does your dad keep bailing you out? That's the key question I'm really asking now, because you've made it out as if it's a problem for me that in the past your father has to intervene. So I need a man that's going to make sure I don't have a father intervene. Why would your dad be intervening? She is 30 going on 40. Why would your dad need to be intervening? Why are you making an issue for me as a man that you're saying to me that I've had in the past people take advantage of my dad? Why is he taking advantage of your dad? Your dad shouldn't even be in the situation. You went and bought a house. It is your house. You went and bought a car. It's your car. I'm not talking about the fact that, hey, you know what? Maybe you need a bit of change this month. Maybe, do you know what? Maybe you went and bought a car. It's broken out. Dad, can I borrow a little 1,000? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact there's 20K, and you went and bought the house, okay? And you're making an issue for me. It's not about someone helping you out. You're missing my point, guys. I'm not talking about someone helping you out. You're missing my point because you're making it as if it's one little help. No. That's not the point I'm making. That is not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is you're making it an issue for me as Izzy. I'm talking about Izzy. You're making the issue about Izzy, about him not taking advantage of your father, but your father shouldn't be involved if you're living an independent lifestyle. And you're talking about, I should be independent as a man. I should be standing on my own 2 feet as a man. You're talking about how I should financially have it all together, but you don't have it together. You can't be talking about me. You can't be. If it's a one-off, we all have those things. It happens. Like, I've never had to do it, but I'm saying, like, I get it. If your parents have got it like that, it may be a one-off, right? And those kind of things do happen, right? Thank you, Jay Blake. That's the reality. That's my point. This is what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get deeper because we're trying to make it as if it's like the father's helping. No. The priorities, where are they? Because if you're willing to spend money on your expensive holidays, get first trip class, but HVAC bill comes up and you're looking at me and saying, I shouldn't take advantage of your dad. Why? Am I taking advantage of your dad? Or am I allowing your dad to do what he's been doing in your life the whole entire time? Am I taking advantage of your father, or am I allowing your dad to do what he's been doing the whole entire time? And by you saying that I'm allowing him to pay for stuff, I'm taking advantage of him, what are you doing? What are you doing? You get what I'm saying to you? So I'm not against it. Listen, I'm not against it. I personally don't think Izzy's I don't know if he has the financial capability to handle the situation with her. I don't think he has that. And the reason I'm saying this as well is that this is going to play up later on, because what will happen is the moment Izzy has a fault, has a mistake, can't pay a bill, can't make as much money as he needs to make later on down the line, guess where she's going to go? Right back to daddy. And what's going to happen is that's going to cause a rift in the relationship in future. So what I'm trying to highlight to you is it's not just about the money, it's about the decision making and also the larger context of things happening. So that's what I'm trying to highlight here. Because as soon as she started speaking about her house, look what she did. And I want to present this. As soon as Izzy was coming, she was like, well, when you move in, I need something to make sure they're going to pay the HVAC bill. Why isn't your first conversation, let's put your name on a deed? Why would I pay for your HVAC bill and you ain't put my name on a deed? What am I going to do that for? Why am I going to pay towards 20K, 20,000 pounds a month or 20,000 whatever for the HVAC bill and my name's not on the deed? Why is my name not going to be on the deed, but you want to tell me about a 20K bill? You must be mad. You're trying to still have your independence and your cake and eat it while simultaneously trying to have me in traditional role play. No. That's where we're going to have an issue. Right? That's where we're going to have an issue because what you're trying to do is maintain your independence while simultaneously slapping me into the traditional role, and you're going to have your cake and eat it. No. Put my name on a deed, put my name on a mortgage, then I can talk about let's talk about 20K. You know what I mean? Then we can talk about 20K. Yeah? Then we can talk about 20K. After that, I don't want to hear if I don't hear that, I don't want to hear nothing. Because what you're trying to do is solicit me like you solicit your dad. I'm not yeah, because you've been taking from your dad the way you've been taking from him. I'm gonna come on to Izzy, don't worry. We're gonna come to Izzy. We're gonna come into Izzy. I'm gonna get Izzy. Don't worry. I'm just finally nailing the Stacy situation. Okay, we're gonna get to Izzy. Don't worry about that. We're gonna get to Izzy. I promise you, we're gonna get to Izzy, guys. I will get to him and I will bring it to a whole rounded close for Izzy. Don't worry about that. But I'm just trying to make it very clear that I see some issues with Stacy right here because she's caught in two minds. She's caught in two minds because she's playing the masculine role at the same time trying to play the feminine role, and the two are confusing. That's why she solicits him for 20K. But at the same time, wants to pay a dinner bill. Which one do you want me to do? Yeah. You get me? So that's for me personally. I look at it from that perspective. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's a thing for major thing for me. Okay. Yuritan said he must pay her rent. I'm not paying anything unless my name is on it. Simple as. I'm not paying anything till my name is on it. You get what I'm saying to you? I'm not paying anything until my name is on it. I'm not paying anything till my name's on it. If you're going to ask me to start paying on mad ass bills at 20K, for instance, I gonna tell you this now. I'm not doing it until my name is on the fucking deed. Sorry for swearing. I'm not doing it until my name is on the goddamn deed. And if you think you're going to play me and try and bring up a bill in about 3-4 months time, suddenly the HVAC is gone. No. My name is on the deed. That's why I'm paying 20K towards 20K. Yeah. I didn't move into a house to just move into a house and pay rent. I moved into a house and I want to be having 50%. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take my half. Because if this goes left, I'm gonna take my half at the divorce. You're absolutely right. I'm gonna take my half. Oh, what? It's not fair, is it? Is it not fair that when I move in, I should now want to pay towards a 20K bill, but you want me to put my name on the bill, on a deed? Oh, because you want to call me sassy, you want to call me a broke-ass nigga. Because you see how it's unfair, innit, right? You see how unfair it is. When you work in the same way I'm working, you earned a big-ass house, you want me to move in, and you want me to pay a 20K bill. I'm going to pay the 20K bill, but my name is on the deed, because when we break up, I'm taking half. I'm taking half. Okay, I'm taking half. Yeah, I'm taking half. It's unfortunate, but that's the rules. When you make more money, this is what happens. You know what I'm saying? It's not. I don't care for my man. The rules are the rules, baby. I don't care. If I'm moving in, I'm gonna put my name on the deed, and I'm gonna start paying these bills. Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna pay these bills. Okay. All right. I'm gonna pay these bills, but I'm gonna definitely take half. I'm gonna take half. And some of you don't like it, and I understand. You know what I mean? I understand. I'm gonna take half though. Okay? You gonna cry into your towel that night because I'm gonna take half. You gonna get served some papers. Soup. Where your papers at? So I'm taking half. And you see the car, cut it in half because I want that too. Okay. I'm gonna start taking stuff that I don't even pay for. Okay. But no, in all realness though, that is what my perspective is, what I'm seeing in terms of Izzy and Stacy. I'm gonna pay a bill or two. I can only afford a bill or two when it comes to Stacy. She's trying to do stuff that will break my bank. Cut your cake according to your size. But I wanna say this though. And you're absolutely right, Katie. You can't shame me into not taking 50%. I'm gonna be honest with you. You couldn't shame me for nothing. I'm gonna take my 50%. Yeah, it's my come up. I'm gonna take my 50%. Definitely. You earn that amount of money. I've made it. I've won. Oh my god. You know what I mean? You take my name. Let me take your name. Let me take your name and use it to go and do more business. But in okay. Christina said you only get half when you pay 50% of what the house owns. I hope you guys are going to be using the same logic when you move into your man's house. I hope you'll be using the same logic. We'll be using this in the court of evidence and the court of law. By the grace of God, none of you will go through this. But if you ever go through something, we'll use your comments in this chat and we'll go and present it to the judge and say, I said myself that I won't take anything unless I pay 50%. Is that what you're telling me now? We don't care about the man. We care about the law. The law does not state that because of a man. It states it because of what the two people are. So if this is what we're saying, we are going to take half. Just be ready for it. It's happening already. They're already seeing it. When you start earning more money, you're going to have more responsibility. Yeah? And listen, I want my alimony too. Okay? I want my alimony too. You better start paying for my lifestyle. My upkeep has changed. My lifestyle has changed because of you. I need to be taken care of if it finishes. If the relationship breaks down, I need to be taken care of. I need you to put the alimony on there, and I will challenge the prenup too, because I've done a lot of work whilst you was out here. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I'm gonna make sure buy me out. Okay, buy me out, because I'm gonna need to make sure I get mines. Okay, my lifestyle has changed. Okay. Katie Rose, I will even take your last name. Give me your last name. Let me take it. Your name has even some clout to it. Give me your last name. It has some clout to it. Yeah. Give me your name. It has some clout to it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So by all means, listen. All right. I'm going to tell you straight. I'm going to get my alimony. And boy, we better not have kids, because I'll take them full time. I will take the kids full time. I'll start a TikTok. I'll start a YouTube. I'll be like a man and his 2 kids. Oh, I'm telling you, I'll be like, listen, a man, I will start my YouTube and my TikTok and be like, listen, a man and his 2 kids. And you know how you women are. You know how you're going to support me? A black man with 2 kids, you're going to support me. And you know I don't date white, so no offense to anybody white out there. You know you're going to support me. You know what I mean? In fact, I'm sure my YouTube will go even bigger than my TikTok. Oh, Tora says right my mouth. Okay, I don't say my mouth. Oh, thank you, Tora. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. You know what I mean? Let me wipe my mouth. My mouth is a bit there. Let me wipe my mouth. Let me go away and wipe my mouth so that you guys don't see anything on the screen. You know, it's not nice to do that. Let me do this.
Don't ever buy me red or pink.
Maybe more like whitish.
Neutrals. Anything that's not a bright color.
Yeah.
Every other Tuesday.
Every other guy. I honestly will white flowers pretty frequently.
Oh.
Flowers.
See how you guys are already helping me? Look at that. See how you guys are already helping me? You see how you guys are supporting me? Even tell me to wipe my mouth. This is what I'm trying to say. What's going to happen? You go and support the work I'm going to do after I get divorced, and I'm now being paid alimony and have 2 kids. Okay, so just saying, you know what I mean? Like, yo, it's real. All right, cool. Let's do it. No, but for real, like, all jokes aside, okay? All jokes aside, like, for real. All jokes aside, I'm being a bit facetious, everything like that as well. I mean, I will take my half, but I'm being a bit facetious. Let's talk a little bit about Izzy, right? Because Izzy's a man that's very much in touch with his emotions, sometimes a bit too much. And I want to just say this first and foremost. Is Izzy black? Just want to ask a question. Is Izzy black? Just wanted to know. Just want to ask a question. Is Izzy black? I just want to know if Izzy is black. Is he black, guys? Is he black? I just want to know if Izzy's black. I just want to know. Put in the chat for me. Is Izzy a black man? Just want to ask the question. Is he a black man? Is he a black man? I just want to know. He Latino, right? He Latino, right? He's not a black man, right? He's not a black man. Okay. All right. Now, whatever he is, so seemingly he's not a black man. It seems there's not only black men doing 50-50 out here. I just wanted to just clarify that narrative, because I like to support my black brothers. Sometimes we get a bad rep as black men and we get told no other race does this, only black men do this. And I keep telling you, listen, you don't have conversations with other races. This is why you don't know. They are the same. When people don't have money, you don't have money. It's simple as that. Okay? When you don't have money, you don't have money. Okay? We've seen this before. Okay? It happens all the time. Okay? It happens all the time. People that are broke or don't have as much money, they tend to think in this manner because we don't have it. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's not a black man thing. So get that out of your heads. I want you to clarify that particular position. It's not always black men. It's every man. It's every race. They all think that when they don't have much money. They're used to collaborating. So in Izzy's situation, where I will say I'm not impressed, okay, all right, we'll play the little clip.
House, like getting this on my own and having a potential husband come back into it is pretty backwards than how I ever thought it would go. And in my past, it's always been men that either have a home or wanting to buy the home.
Okay, before I get copyright, I'll come there in a second. It'll come there in a second. All right. But listen, someone says 2% black person. But no, okay, so in all seriousness though, the 50-50 conversation, I get it what he means by 50-50, because he's thinking to himself, that, and again, 50-50, we have to define what 50-50 looks like. Whenever we say 50-50, it gets triggered real easy, real quick, because people already have an idea of what 50-50 really means to them. What we should be saying is, I expect some level of partnership. It might not be necessarily 50-50, right? But it may be a level of partnership that I'm expecting, some level of contribution that I'm expecting, right? Like, for instance, he cannot pay all her bills. I'm sorry. He can't afford to. We can tell. Okay? The house that she's living in, she's asking for 20K HVAC. That is not normal. So for that straight away, her lifestyle is very much more different. So I don't expect her to be paying her bills because he can't afford to pay her bills right now, it seems like. Her closest bet is probably Milton, who can afford her bills, right? But in all honesty, it can't. But here's what can be done, right? Is the conversation around paying on dates, which he missed a trick. I can't lie to you.
The provider, and I think with me and Izzy, we're very much not what we expected, but let's roll with it. Like, that's what we're doing. So that thought's just out of sight, out of mind. And it's like this house is becoming to look very different to me, where it's like, what is Izzy like? Where is his stuff going to go? Like, what are we going to...
And I do love the fact that one thing I have to praise Stacy for, because I gave her a really strong background, but I love the fact that she's already thinking about where's his stuff going to go? What's he going to do? I just hope she's ready that if it doesn't work, she going to take half. But, I love the fact that she's open and honest and explaining, about the situation. Now, what I would say is he can't afford her lifestyle. I cannot see it. And I know that because his energy towards the way he was speaking, he can't afford a lifestyle. And to be honest, a lot of men can't. Okay? It's just that simple. Now, what they were talking about was paying the dinner bill. And he was saying go 50-50. Now, I would have said, hey, look, I expect to pay the dinner bill. I'm going to pick it up. No problem. I'll pick up the dinner bill. If you've been with me before, I pick up the dinner bill. It's not a problem at all. I'm not going to let you pick that up. You know what I mean? I'll pick the dinner bill up. No problem at all. So for real. And I'll cover those things, right? Now, exactly, Elsid, faithful to joint account. I see your comment there, Adriana. I'll mention it in a second as well. I think what's key about this, though, what's really key about the situation is that in amongst everything that's happening, when we talk about Izzy and talk about his financial contribution, he said something that scared me. Okay, can I be honest with you? I'm scared about Izzy, and here's why I'm scared. Okay, he dropped the 50-50 on a dinner perspective. That scared me. But what really scared me is, does he have a freaking job? See, people didn't pick it. People didn't notice it because he's not a black man, so they're not ready to crucify him for not having a job. But let me highlight something and open your eyes. Okay, let me highlight something. Open your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. When he went to the father's house, okay, when they were asking him what was he doing right now, he said he had just changed jobs. He's selling insurance. He just changed jobs. Now, maybe I misheard it, and someone can correct me. Maybe someone can correct me. And he said he just changed jobs, and then he just went on to Love is Blind. He hasn't even started a job yet properly. So we don't even know how great he is in the insurance perspective. Now, we know he was in sales before, but he just changed jobs. And then he went into Love is Blind. You know what I mean? So I'm not banking anything just yet on this job because I need to know that we've got some paychecks behind you first. You know what I mean? I need to know what paychecks are coming in first because you're talking real wickedy about how it's the best time of your life where, you can earn as much money as you want to earn. But my reality is you've only been in it a few weeks. AM, I can tell you for free. The reason why I mentioned it is because I've seen it in action. It doesn't always get mentioned when it's not a black man. And I want to free my black men. I'm one of those people that want to help my black men. And sometimes I want to highlight the biases that do happen and some of these things. So when I say that they don't highlight because a black man, trust and believe, it happens. We seen it with Married at First Sight. Y'all were quick to say a black man was a brokey, and he was a brokey, to be honest. He was dust. So they were right. But, anyway. So, so for me personally, I'm like, okay, great. I hear it, but he's only a few weeks in. You know what I mean? And yeah, it sounds like he might not get paid. He might not get paid until he sells something. It might, I don't say for definite. I don't say it might do. Do you know what I'm saying? Now, of course, he's a sales manager. So you know what? He gonna sell some stuff. Okay. Yes, he said he's living off his savings as well. Yeah, he said that he's been living off his savings a little bit as well. Okay. So I don't know. Okay. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So, shout out to Roxy. Hey, Roxy. I see you killing it on the YouTubes. I see you there. I see you do your thing out here. Shout out. If you guys have, obviously, if you go on Love is Blind, watch Roxy's breakdowns as well. She'll be killing it on her side of YouTube. I'll message you as well, Roxy, yeah? Because I want to do like a collaboration between different collaborators on Love is Blind at the end of the season. So I'll give you a little message. But yeah, no. So like, it's crazy because I'm looking at it and I'm like, yo, I'm like, this it gonna get tough. Okay, it can go exactly. It can go either way, Jay. It can go either way. It can go either way, and that's what I'm saying. So in between that time, I hope it goes the way it needs to. I hope it does. Tammy Talks is in here too. Hey, Tammy Talks. Y'all need to start following these people. Tammy Talks. Tammy, you came into my mind today as well. I literally put down on my notes. I said, Tammy, I need to take Tammy Talks and Tate as well. What's his name? Tate something as well. Shout out to Tammy Talks. If you don't watch them as well, guys, they be killing it on their Love is Blind reviews. I'll be watching in silence. I don't be saying anything, but I'll be watching, guys, and I enjoy your breakdown. So if you don't follow them as well, make sure you do follow Tammy Talks, Roxy as well. They've been putting out some great content out there on the YouTube streets as well. I'll definitely holler at you as well, Tammy Talks as well. But yeah, no, it's crazy. Like, yo, like, I was like, it's a risk. 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 So I'm not going to say that, for sure, that he don't have necessarily a job, but I'm just saying that the job might not be jobbing right now. That's what I'm saying. And that's going to be pressure. If you think about it, he's already under pressure already. Okay. He's already under pressure. Okay. So to add this aspect where you got another few months before a real good paycheck comes in, bear in mind, someone like Stacy is very well off already. She's got her money already set. I'm guessing she's got a very good job. Even if she doesn't have a job, she's got a daddy going to pay for everything. She wants to fly first class. The dad said it herself. The dad said, hey, my boy, come here, let's talk. My boy, listen, love is great, but you need to eat. That's what the dad said. The dad said, hey, I see you getting excited. I see you getting excited. I see how she's emotionally invested. I see how she's never been so emotionally happy before. But let me just say this, my boy. Okay? My boy, let me tell you something real quick. Love don't pay no bills. And his direct quote was, he said, hold on a minute. Love is great, but you need to eat. And I respect the father for that, because the dad wasn't rude about it. He said, I don't want to make it all about the money. I just want to keep it real with you. And I can respect a dad who does that. Yeah? I can respect a dad who's respectful. He wasn't disrespectful. He wasn't rude. And if you notice what the dad did, I put it in my notes. I said, the dad waited till he had a one-on-one conversation. He didn't out Izzy. He didn't try to embarrass him. He didn't go like, well, you're not good enough for my daughter or anything like that. He waited to one-on-one. He kept his mouth shut, let the daughter speak all they need to speak, let them talk all they need to talk, and said, I'm going to do what I need to do, but I'm going to do it behind the scenes. That, for me, told me the kind of man that he was. And I have to give him a round of applause. When I see men that respect other men, no matter what position they're in, that's good fatherhood, number one. And number two, if Izzy can live up to it, this is the kind of father you need in your life that will keep you grounded, but also support you in everything you're doing. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because he took him aside and said, my boy, I'm going to keep it real. This is my daughter. She's expensive. Not because not because she necessarily even that she spoiled anything, but she likes the finer things. I want to let you know. So I hope you know what you're getting into, my boy, because this one's expensive. That's cool. So at that point, I can go, do you know what? Maybe it's not for me. Maybe it's not for me. Maybe I can't financially stick with this particular one, and maybe I need to leave it alone. Right? Far more respectful than Alexa's. Alexa's dad was absolutely carnage when he was breaking it down. Do you know what I mean? Okay. All right. But the father didn't do that. And I think that's really important, because I never see Stacy necessarily disrespect Izzy either. She might say something that may be hurtful, but she never disrespects. And I think that comes from watching her dad as well. All right. Okay. So so the dad sent him a bill, say, hey, my boy, here's a start to the foundation. Put that in your account. But you know, so you know, I respect the independence the father gave to his daughter, but the respectfulness he gave also to Izzy, and said, my boy, I want to let you know, okay, that she likes first class, and she likes it in a particular way. You know what I mean? Now, this is the honest truth. Jennifer, you're absolutely true. If this continues financially, she will lose respect. And this is why, as a man, I tell the men, stop going for women that are out of your league financially. You are asking for trouble. Don't date women who financially are out of your financial bracket, because you will be looked at in a disrespectful manner because of the way it's not just the money. It is everything that comes with money. It's the power. It's the status. It is the what else? It is the freedom. It's the things you can do. You know, so all of that, not being able to do it, you know, you're saying she wants to fly first class, and you're now saying let's do second class. She can't do that because she has the money to do the first class. This is why I'm saying, niggas, we need to run. Leave them chicks alone. Leave them alone. They are not for you. They're not for me and yous. Our accounts are only going second class. It's only going economy. Stick to the economy, babes. Stick to the economy, babes. Because Stacey's already ahead of you financially. She actually is already. It's not like she came into money. It's not like she fell into money. It's not like she just got an inheritance from her father or her grandfather and suddenly she's rich when she's in a relationship with you. This is already beforehand. If you can't afford to cover those things and she wants you to cover those things, I'm gonna tell you, girl, leave it alone. I told you my story. I said, listen, you know, there was a lovely girl I was talking to, and you know, but she told me how much she was going to be making in a couple of years, and I said, I'm not going to be able to match that. Let me sit my ass down. Sit my ass down, because you see, I cannot run a race with somebody who outruns me by a distance. Me training with Usain Bolt will increase my speed a little bit, but I'll be left in the dust every single time and will not make it for a productive relationship. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying to you? I'm not going to do that, because that's where we start putting pressure on ourselves. And I'm not a person that wants to pay a bill or two. I don't want to pay a bill or two. If I'm honest with you, I don't really want to pay a bill or two. It doesn't feed my ego by paying a bill or two. It does not feed my ego knowing that you have to pay for things. It does not feed my ego knowing that you want to do this and I can't do it for you. It does not feed my ego, and it does not feed my validation. It does not make me feel comfortable as a man. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So if I see that we come into contact the first time, or I get to know you for the first few times, and I realize we're not in the same place, I don't want to be in that space. But see, I'm a person, Aisha, that preaches don't marry potential. Don't marry my potential, baby. Don't marry my potential. You get what I'm saying to you? I don't marry my potential. Yeah, you get what I'm saying to you? If you make 500K right now, I do not make anywhere near that. Don't marry me thinking I'm going to make 500K, because what if I don't? What if I can't meet your needs that you need at that level? Now, you can talk all the wickedness talk and say, I'm comfortable, and, hey, I don't mind taking care, but you're going to get tired one day, and you're going to look at me some way, and I'm going to be unable to fulfill that role in some way, and then it's going to have a conversation someday, and that someday ain't going to be a pretty conversation. Her lifestyle is drastically different. It's not just the money. She doesn't live a simple life. Okay? So I'm just saying that for any man out there, I don't preach that bullcrap that Tyler Perry was talking about paying a light bill or two. You pay a light bill or two, the light's gonna go off real soon. Okay? All right? The lights are gonna be off real soon. So I personally wouldn't put myself in that position knowing that she wants to fly first class and I'm gonna have first class money. I wouldn't do that. Right? You want first class treatment, but not first class money. So why am I gonna? You know what I mean? Don't do it. Don't as a man, don't do it. And as a father, I'm not a father, but if I was a father, I think we need to instruct men on a very serious level as well. I'm not just talking about women and men too. I've been going at Stacy the whole entire time, but I think it's important as a man to as a potential quote unquote father. I think you have to also be aware that we have to educate our men too. Stop letting them choose these women that are not good for them because you know that financially he can't cope. He's stressing himself out. This is not as a teamer and sisters BAET. Life don't work like that, baby. Okay? Life don't work like that. Now, Anita said, don't sell yourself on the fact that not all women like that. Yeah, but majority of women are. And some of them will lie to you and tell you, I'm comfortable, and they're not going to be comfortable. I'd rather not take that risk. I'd rather stick to the majority of the rule that works than try to take a risk on a rule that potentially might work. Do you get what I'm saying to you? I understand what you're saying, Anita, and I totally get it. But I've seen this play out one or two times, and both times it ends the exact same way. So I don't want to take that risk. What's the point? What's the point of taking that risk? You're absolutely right. There are some women who genuinely will be cool, but that is a minority, and that is very difficult. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah? And we're talking large gaps, which is relative to everybody's level. 40K to 80K, you can get away with it. You know what I mean? 40K to 80K, you can potentially might get away with it. 40K to 100 or 120K, you might be pushing it. You get what I'm saying to you? You might just be pushing it. 40K to 200K, you really might be pushing your luck right now. Just leave it alone. Do you see what I'm saying to you? It's relative, because if you make 100K and they make 200K, you might be okay. You know what I mean? You might be okay. But when there's large gaps financially and a woman makes considerably more, Ebony Williams, and we're gonna do a live on this on Monday night. So I hope you guys can be ready. Monday day, sorry. We're gonna talk about Ebony Williams. She's done a U-turn. Ebony Williams done a whole U-turn on her position when it comes to men, because she's realized the truth of the matter, which is that, look, these rules that we have, unfortunately, I don't like them. I don't like them. But the reality of the situation is we actually play by these rules more than we like to say we do. Yeah. And that's true, AM. It's more of a lifestyle. You're absolutely right. More of a lifestyle. Okay. All right. So let me do this. I want to get some water, so I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm gonna grab me some water and be back.
To do with the place, like, but honestly, I think it's just gonna be a lot of fun.
Really excited to move in. Honestly, it's gonna be fun. I know it's gonna be so much fun.
You're gonna kiss me.
Are you gonna kiss me?
Love you. I think it sounds better like that. LURV.
Sure.
Yeah, it's more sentimental.
All right, cool. We're back. So with Izzy, I really do feel like with Izzy, he's gonna have to work really hard. And my issue with this situation is, how hard would he have to work to make this relationship financially work in the favor of himself? How hard would he have to work to get himself to a place where financially she's going to be comfortable with him financially in that space? How hard would he have to work? Okay, how hard would he have to work? And if he feels like he's working way too hard, will he break down before he can really enjoy the spoils of his work? That's my question. That's the question to ask himself. Will he break down before he reaches the pinnacle of his financial clout that he needs in order to reach her level? You get what I'm saying to you? He has to ask some serious questions about himself. Can he do that? Right? Can he do that? That's a key question. Can he do that? But she said she rates his strong work ethic, so she loves that about him as well. But have you noticed the argument became about her being materialistic? So that's the things I'm talking about. People are going to read it differently from both perspectives. They're going to read it differently. He's a very chill person. Look, of course, in my house, we have plastic plates, but I have normal plates as well, normal bowls and normal this kind of stuff. I get why he probably doesn't have it. You don't want to have to clean up. I get it. It leaves less mess for you to clean up after. But for this situation, with Izzy, when that argument happened about, I can't remember even how the argument got to where it got to. And suddenly the conversation turned into, I feel like it'd be more materialistic. And I was like, see, that's where the argument's always going to go. Either you're lazy as a man, or you're not pulling your weight as a man, or you're materialistic as a woman. All you care about is money as a woman. And this is where those arguments become very intense, because both parties are judging the other person based on things that are happening, based on things that they can but can't control. You know what I'm saying to you? Right? And so it's going to be very difficult. Now, in that argument, I'm going to be very frank with you. In that argument, one thing I noticed about Stacy, and I have to keep it real, one thing I know about Stacy is she's going to try and control certain things, because as soon as he let her know, you see, she said, oh, I love that he's masculine, but he's soft too. Why? Because you can control? Because as soon as he told you, and he did it very politely, I have to be very honest. Okay? I have to be very, very honest. He was very polite. He was very polite and told her, hold on a minute. You're interrupted me. Let me finish my speak. As soon as he put her, and I don't want to say in place, but as soon as he let her know, hey, I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to say my piece, and you're interrupting me. As soon as he said that, she literally cut it off. She like, okay, walked off. I was like, Stacy, get your ass back here, Stacy. Where you going, Stacy? And she went to, what's she going to do? Like what? She went to, sulk in the bedroom. I was like, Stacy, Stacy, come back now, baby. Shout out to Anita as well for joining and becoming on a membership. Appreciate you, Anitra. Good to see you, and a pleasure. Let me read my super chat before I forget. Adriana said, no wonder some relationships don't work. It's supposed to be 100-100. Both sacrifice, less chances of either giving up just like that. I hear you on that. 100-100, baby. I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. You know what I mean? For those of us who don't have money like that, it should be 100. Most of you do not make enough money to be traditional, both men and women. I'm saying we need to make 100. That's the honest truth. Most of us need to do 100 because we can't afford anything else. Okay, let's go back to here. Okay, I want to get in this argument because this was interesting. Watch this. Oh wait, hold on.
About materialistic things.
That's how it felt to me.
Okay.
I even told you it was like the thought is the effort that counted.
And I get what you're saying, and I'm
Can you
hearing.
please stop cutting me off?
He wasn't rude. He wasn't disrespectful. Like, yo, I'll be honest with you. Listen, if he was, I would have told you he was. He was really, really respectful. In that particular aspect, you know. And so, you know, I gotta be honest. As soon as he did that, I said, "Oh, yeah, she doesn't like correction." Because in that situation, and remember, I told you about the spoiled child situation. I done told y'all about this situation, about the money situations goes deeper. It's not just about money. I was like, wait, why are you tripping? He just told you, listen, let me finish my point. He wasn't rude about it. He wasn't disrespectful about it. He didn't try to make a scene after. He literally was like, wait, hold on. Wait, just let me finish my point. I'm talking. Right, and again, and yeah, that's a good point. You know, that's a good point. Maybe she the masculine energy. Maybe that is. Some men do that too, right? That drawer was wild, and I'm going to talk about the drawer in a minute, so don't worry. I will talk about that drawer. I promise you, because that drawer was mad. Like, I get what he was saying, but it was mad. Like, he doesn't realize how mad it looks. So yeah, no, like he kept it real and was very respectful about it in that situation. And I saw how she flipped in that moment. I said, okay, that's gonna get boring real quick. No matter how much money you have, that's gonna get boring real quick. And that's why she's a runner and track star. And it's because, again, emotionally, she's been the one that's usually less emotional, and she exits a relationship. I think she mentioned it about how she exits relationships as well. So I think this was a little bit difficult for her. You know, it's gonna be hard, you know, in that aspect. Yeah, and I think that's the point as well, Roxy, that he was making things materialistic that are usually for most people are basic. You're absolutely right. But again, I think what he's also seeing is, I think he's from a background of poverty. It sounded like he comes from a background of poverty. And I think what he was hoping for is that she would see him for him. So I think what he was seeing is that, look, I want you to see me for me. Yes, I got plastic plates. Are you going to judge me for that? It's not that he wants her to stick with plastic plates, but rather take me as I am. You know what I'm saying? When you come from a place of poverty and you're like, are you only liking me, and not because of my money, but like, are you going to love me for me? Because that's all I got right now. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and, you know, it's tough right now. He's aware that she makes a lot more money, and maybe he felt a bit more judged in that moment. Like, you know, like when someone rich says something to you, you might take it a wrong way. You might be triggered based on the fact that you look at them as being rich, but that's not what she's actually saying. So, you know, she wasn't actually trying to be, I don't think she was trying to be necessarily, you know, necessarily trying to be rude about it. I think both of them lacked awareness of the other person's position as to why they view things the way they do. Now, from his position, he's looking at it as, look, I come from poverty. I didn't have nothing to eat back in the day, baby. Plastic plates are brilliant. You know what I mean? And that's why I didn't want to judge him. I was like, well, if he comes from a place of poverty, plastic plate might even be amazing for him. He might be amazing. He might be like, oh, hey, look, you think having a ceramic plate makes a difference for me? You think it has? Come on, it's not for me. It's not a big deal. Where I've come from. Maybe that's what you think. I'm not saying that is. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Now, personally, I would expect him to have some plastic, some proper plates. But again, it's not a big deal. We can buy some. Yeah, as well. And maybe he doesn't like washing dishes. That's true. Yeah. But the next thing also is that the next thing is then he also has to understand her position, which is, hey, you're coming from a place where you have a lot, right? You know, you're coming from a place where you have a lot. So if you're coming from a place where you have a lot, you know, I have to understand that you may see things differently from me. So I have to ask an extra question and be like, okay, listen, I'm feeling a little bit triggered in this moment because I'm viewing you as being rich and you're kind of judging me for what you're saying. I personally, and I think he was trying to get to that place. I personally come from a place where it's not a big deal for me. Plates, real plates, no real plates. What does it matter? I've lived on my own. What's the big deal? You get what I'm saying to you? Like, what's the big deal? And so for him, it might not be a big deal, but he has to understand that she may see it differently. And so once both parties are going to slow down, they're going to slow down, actually understand where the other person's coming from, then we can start to build a bridge. Now, we're saying it's very basic, and I actually agree with you. It is basic to us who've had those things for a very long time. But if somebody hasn't had those things, it's not basic anymore. It's like, wow, that's a luxury that I never really had. I mean, it's not a big deal. To somebody who goes on holiday 3 times a year and you tell them, I haven't been on holiday in 10 years. Wow, you haven't been on holiday in 10 years? Yeah, for us, that's a basic. We start off there like, again, perspective. And this is why you have to slow it down and ask an extra question on both sides to be able to understand where the other person's coming from and not jump down the throat of the individual person. That's the point I want to make very, very clearly as well, right? So both parties. And he was trying to get there, but she did cut him off. So you agree. She cut him off a little bit early. Yeah, I don't want to say that. I want to say, but where is he coming from though? He may be coming from that perspective. I don't want to say that that poor people only use plastic plates. I've never used plastic plates in my life in the household. You know what I'm saying? We didn't come from a very well-off family, but some people might have come from that perspective. You know what I mean? So I'm only adding that perspective to say, listen, he may have come from a very poor background. He may have done. And maybe that's why he's seen that way. Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter because all it is that's their perspective. Maybe he doesn't want to wash plates, whatever it is. You know what I mean? It's not just about poor people. It's about that's their perspective. Let the person explain their perspective and you would then explain your perspective and learn to understand where that person's coming from rather than judging them based on your perspective. If we're trying to get to each other's understanding, we're trying to build a bridge to each other's side because he felt judged in that moment rather than taking on her feedback, which would have been, hey, babe, look, I want to be able to have more, better plates, so it may be that as well. I don't know why he did that way, but I didn't want to judge him for that. But anyway, back to what we're talking about him, because we are going to get him. This draw is so, I get what he's saying, but it's so silly, right? This draw that happened, I get what he's saying, but it's so silly.
We got a ring, earrings.
Whose are those? You don't know.
At this point, no.
You're lying.
No, I really don't know. I've been here like a year and a half now, so.
Bobby.
Like, are we just throwing it all out there?
You're the one that just sold yourself to the devil.
If we're gonna get married, I'm not gonna hold anything back from you.
Okay, well then whose are they?
No, I really don't know.
I think that's part of Izzy's persona. Izzy's persona is you're gonna get everything. Here's my thing about Izzy. The way that Izzy thinks, I feel like he thinks in a place of you need to know everything about me so that you can't reject, so that I don't have anything you can reject about me later on. That's what I feel like when I'm listening to him, right? I feel like he's a person that goes, I need you to know every single detail about me so that so that you don't reject me. You know what I mean? Like now you know everything. It's all on the table. It's a raw me. You got everything now. There's no secrets later on or anything like that. I kind of get that a little bit. You know what I mean? I think it's very naive. Okay? I think it's very naive that you don't consider the impact that having certain items in your house and the person finding out the lost and found drawer is very naive. Very, very naive. I think if you stay in a place where you will allow your partner to see exes and ex-girlfriends and girls you've dealt with situation and not clear it up, but you have a dedicated drawer for it, You can't pretend as if you didn't know the drawer was there. You get what I'm saying to you? And your story wasn't really adding up. Your story wasn't adding up because when you really what you were trying to say is, and here's what I really think was happening. You showed her your trophy cabinet. Oh, Elsa just said it. Literally, Elsa just said it as I was doing it. But you're literally showing her your trophy cabinet, right? And the reason why you're doing that is you believe there's some significance in showing her the trophy cabinet. I think you're afraid of not being validated. I think you're afraid of your value. And I think you tried to boast about your trophy cabinet as a way of showing, look at me, I'm a big man, I get women. But it actually showed a much more lower value of yourself. See, and then in that space, even a player wouldn't do what he just did. See, a player wouldn't even want, you know, listen, I might be honest with you, but I don't want to be showcasing my drawer of trophies I've done. Like that's a very deeper meaning for the way that you value yourself. As a player, you might be seen doing things, but you ain't trying to create a drawer of panty lines of how many women you slept with. That's scary. Okay, that's a little bit scary. This is giving low self-esteem and low value. This is giving low self-esteem and low value. And maybe you thought this could be the equalizer because you knew that she had a financial lead on you. And maybe this was the other thing that could equalize on the table. Maybe you felt like this will be the very thing that would bring some equalizing to the table between yourself and Stacy. But actually, all it ever did was show how low value you were. Because what it showed is that you're keeping certain things from certain women. You're not having to lie and be like, I didn't know the drawer was there, but I did know the drawer was there. But I didn't really want to know the drawer was there. But then I didn't want to hide it from you. Well, Captain, you should have thrown this stuff away before she got there. You knew she was coming to the yard, right? Do you know what I'm saying to you? So in my real situation, I'm like, exactly. He didn't try to make her feel special at all. It's more of a degrading situation. And his behaviors are not consistent with somebody who's abusive or manipulative. I'm not going to say that. So not at all. But it just gave that naivety that you thought that leaving that there was going to be a value system. And I think it is. I think that's where he thinks his value lies. I think his body count is mad. I think that's the reason why he's in the situation he's in. I think that's why the situation is in, because his value of where he placed himself is in that space. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Right? In how many women he sleeps with and what bodies he's caught. So I get why she was angry. I feel she had every right to be angry and every right to feel the way she did. You know what I mean? Because you've left that for open viewing. That means you're going to have a response from me. And I would agree with that. I would 100% agree with that. The persona that he has outwardly of being this very masculine, confident man is actually not what's happening within. And we saw that in the pods. He really isn't that guy. He really isn't that guy. He really isn't. He really isn't that guy. I'll be honest with you. He's not. It is a facade, GG. It's a facade, absolutely. You know what I mean? One would say feminine energy. Yeah, because he's not as confident in his masculine energy. So manipulation or trying to manipulate or mask or masquerade more of a masculine role when you're really not that masculine, because you're really emotional. And the emotion I'm not talking about is like you being in tune, but rather you don't know how to guard effectively your emotions, and you look for things to validate you in a particular way that you would even jeopardize your relationship in doing so, because your ego is so starved. That's dangerous. And I don't mean that in terms of even dangerous in terms of abuse or anything like that, but in terms of how your relationships are not going to be sturdy. Yeah. Yes, there's a need to be wanted. There is a need to be wanted, and that's going to be tough for him. Yeah. Gonna be tough for him. Okay. All right, cool. Next couple. I said I was gonna do 2 hours, but blood, we've got deep. I will definitely chop these videos up as well so that you guys can see it in smaller chunks because ain't no way. Ain't no way. The situation with Izzy and Johnny was interesting. We'll discuss this as well. Izzy and Johnny, and I'll bring that up.
You devastated Chris. Understandable. Guys into you. Your intent was to go with me. Get that. And when Chris randomly gets a call from you to go back in and see him.
Why would it matter? You're not seeing me.
No, it didn't matter to me. What mattered to me was you told him one thing and you told me the opposite.
All right, the beef between Johnny and Izzy. The beef between Izzy and Johnny. Okay, the beef between Izzy and Johnny, I'll be honest with you, I'll be real with you. I totally understand it. I get where he's coming from. I don't think he called her a piece of doo-doo, but I get where he's coming from. She was playing around. You know, and the reason why and I didn't understand at first, but I remember the reason why he had smoke for her. The reason why he had smoke for her is, have you guys forgotten that she spoke negatively about him to the Asian woman? And it's more than likely got around to the other girls. Remember that she said some stuff about Stacy too. When Stacy was, she said something about like Stacy isn't good enough for him. That's why Stacy doesn't mess with her either, because he said some stuff outside. It wasn't just the pod stuff. It wasn't just the one-on-one conversations. It was the outside talking that Johnny was doing with the other ladies about both of them. I think that's got round to them. I think that conversation has got round to him. That's why he was pressed the way he was pressed. He felt some type of way, right? He didn't bring it out specifically, but he said there were some things that had been said. You get me? He said there were some things that are being said by other people, and everyone thinks you're sneaky. Remember, he said that. So when he said that everybody thinks you're sneaky, that's what he's talking about. Because the sneaky part is only when him and Chris and her spoke. That would be it. But if you're saying everyone thinks you're sneaky, it's because there's some things that you were saying behind the scenes that we saw that you were telling everybody. When she'll come back into the pods, she would say stuff about Stacy. You know? You get me? So I get why he was frustrated. I get why he's frustrated. I do understand. I don't like people talking about me bad mind either. Don't be talking about me behind my back. You know?
I could leave here with Chris and I know exactly what our life would look like. And I know how he would treat me. But I wasn't falling in love with him. I'm wondering if I repeated a pattern with Izzy.
Me is because you would date guys that were adventurous, spontaneous, whatever your past was, and I was that.
That's true.
And you told me you would not go with Chris because you saw how you're.
Now, I think the reason why he's stressed about the situation, let me be real with you, right? I think the reason why he's stressed about it is because, first and foremost, it presents as if Johnny was lying about how she felt about him. Let's just keep it a buck. It presents as if Johnny was lying about the way she felt about him. I think that's the real truth about it, right? I think that's why he's frustrated about it. I think he's frustrated because Johnny, it sounds as if Johnny was lying about how she felt about him. You get what I'm saying to you? That's why he was pressed. You know, and I'll be honest. If you can be honest about that, then we can move forward. If you're not going to be honest about it, then you can't really help. The reality of the situation is that I felt some way because, you know what? When I look at it from a perspective, not that I want you, but the fact is we had a connection. I liked you. I thought you liked me. And it feels like you kind of lied about what you really felt about me in regards to Chris. So I'm not pressed enough to do anything, but I do feel some type of way. Is this what it is? And I'm not gonna be mad at it. I think if we pretend as if no one's gonna be pressed about it, you know. But that comes into again where Izzy might be a little bit emotional. I agree. Where Izzy's a bit more emotional. He doesn't like feeling, you know, people talking badly on your name and stuff like that. He doesn't like that kind of stuff, reputation wise. Because when he went to Stacy, he was like trying to big it up the whole situation, and she was like, "I'm not really interested in that, to be honest." And he told her he was like, "You stuck it." The only thing I didn't like about it is when he said he stuck it on Stacy on Johnny. I was like, you didn't really stick it on Johnny. I'll be honest with you, you didn't really stick it on Johnny, my guy, as well. So Yes, I do think that too. I think the reality of the situation also is that his relationship with Chris too is also a big thing as well, because it's like, hold on a minute, sis, you've been out here lying. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you was out here lying big time. Okay.
Your life would be with him, and you wouldn't be in love with him. And
Actually,
and you called. Just let me finish. I'll hear you out. Whatever you got to say. And
Okay.
Chris, you were his number one, and he's just like mind fucked. I was like, look, this is what she said about you, and he was just like, what the fuck? This is what she said about you.
Izzy, at what point can I talk? Because you've been talking for like 10
Fair
minutes.
enough.
Can
Yeah,
I please talk now?
Yeah.
And one thing I will say about Izzy though is, whether you call him emotional or not, he's not disrespectful. That's one thing I have to say. He's not disrespectful. You know, when he says, listen, you know, hey, let me say my piece and I'll finish. When you tell him I'm gonna say my piece, he was like, all right, cool, and moved on. So whilst we may say he's emotional, he's not disrespectful. He's not nowhere near disrespectful, and I think we have to give him. I have to give him some praise for that, because I think when we sometimes use that he's emotional, we want to almost use it as a backhanded slap. But the reality of the situation is, as much as he may be attuned to his emotions, he's not disrespectful with his emotions. So when he gets if he feels some type of way, he doesn't use it as a way to be disrespectful. He didn't talk over people, because actually when he spoke, he said, I gotta speak, I gotta finish. You know, he cut off once, guys. He cut off once, and then she interrupted again and said, can I finish? He said, all right, cool, my bad. Finish. That's a very respectful person. Very respectful person for me personally. Very respectful. Yeah, very respectful. Maybe I missed it. You know what I mean? Maybe I missed it. But you know, I thought he was very respectful of the way he dealt with the situation. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, everything you've said has been accurate. I said, Chris, I can see a clear future. Izzy, I have the most like emotional reaction to. So then when you broke up with me, I replayed both relationships and I repeated a pattern. You were my number one. So to me, I was like fucking heart.
But then again, I wasn't your only number one.
No,
So
you were
again,
my.
when I was
Okay, can
telling
you just listen to me real quick? The whole time we were in the pods, the whole time we were dating.
I mean, probably wasn't editing in that particular space, but yeah, you know, he probably was space, but she cut him off and said, hey, I'm still talking, and continued. But yeah, Johnny in this particular aspect was saying some stuff which is really political, because he's like, yo, you were my number one. Okay, if that's the case, then cool. If you're number one, but then now you're saying Chris, what you're really saying is Chris number two. Like, this is the second time we've heard her say some mad stuff. He's a second. Chris is number two, and not only that, he's a safety net. Oh, what are we saying here? Okay, what are we saying here? It's madness. You know, it's madness. You know what I'm saying? So for me personally, it's like, yo, you are disrespecting Chris on another level, Johnny. Leave it alone. Stop it.
I had one number one, which is why I'm now trying to make shit up to Chris for being my number two. In the end, you were right. You're not my person. I'm not your person. I think we're emotionally volatile.
If I can give you advice.
No, I don't need your advice.
I feel like you do need it, because honestly, it's not just me. Everyone thinks you're sketchy as.
Okay, so this is where he interrupted her again. I'll be honest with you. He interrupted her again and then gave unsolicited advice. I don't think he needs to give us unsolicited advice. If I'm honest with you, I don't think he needs to give her unsolicited advice. I don't think so, right? I think that's the part where he didn't need to give her advice, right? Now, is she sketchy? Yes, she is. I'm gonna be honest with you. She's hella sketchy, because if you've lied to me, and bear in mind, remember, she's lied. So this is why calling it out, right? Calling out as a real thing. She lied. So it's real. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wish he waited her to finish, but the reality was she lied not only to me, but she lied to Chris too, right? So I'm a part of the situation. You've lied to me and you've lied to Chris. This is not feminine behavior. I don't think that's feminine behavior at all. If you lie on my name and you lie on the other brother, I'm going to feel some type of way. Now, the whole point is this. You are sketchy. You are, because you've lied. You lied. You lied. What is Izzy sketchy for? I'm so confused. What is Izzy sketchy for? I feel like we're throwing things out. What is Izzy sketchy for? What is he sketchy? I keep saying seeing things he's sketchy, but what part was he sketchy? What was sketchy about what he said? If I can, so that I can just address it or whatever. I'm confused as to what part was sketchy from him. And what part is feminine if I address you and say that you are a liar and being sketchy about it? What's feminine about that? So when someone acts triggered, that means you're feminine? Okay. Okay, fair enough. I don't agree, but okay. It's after, Crystal, and that's the point. It's not here that I think it is. It's later on that I think to myself, yeah, that was a problem. Because he didn't stick it on her. he didn't stick it on her. I'm going to lie to you. He did not stick it on her one bit. You know what I mean? He was actually quite respectful. I was like, you didn't stick it on her. Okay. Yeah. So I think where this is, where the issue comes is because she told Chris that Izzy wasn't really the one that she wanted. Then went to Izzy and told Izzy that Chris ain't the one that she wanted. That's the lie. She went and told them both two different stories. So she lied about the situation because that's not what it was. You know, in that situation. You get me? It was sketchy with Lydia. I don't remember the sketchy part with Lydia. I have to go back and read it again. I have to go and watch it again. With the Lydia part. I have to go back and watch it again.
It's fuck.
Okay.
Honestly, like.
Thank you.
And this is not to bash you. This is just, I was emotionally invested in you at a point in time. And I'm so glad that I didn't end up that way. Not because of our connection. It's everything that I heard.
Should you maybe realize exactly what you're saying? And it was nothing
exactly
to do with me and it has everything to do with talk. Because that's not who I am as a person and isn't what everyone else is saying. So who are you?
Because that's what the experiment's about.
And I think this is, like I said, this is a part where I'm like, where he says obviously that she said some things, and we know she said some things because the camera picked it up, and I'm sure that it got back to him. You know what I mean? The question is obviously, should he be having this conversation? I don't know. I think the way it's being addressed, maybe we'll look a certain way. So I can understand that. You know what I mean? He didn't need to say the part, and that's the part I don't like either. He didn't need to say, and the reason why I didn't pick you, I'm not with you, or whatever. He didn't say that because that's a shot. That part didn't need to be said at all. You know what I mean? Like that part didn't need to be said at all. And that showed me that you were still hurt from the situation. I think he's a bit hurt. If I'm honest with you, I think he's hurt. I definitely think he's hurt by that situation because I think he's hurt by the fact that, you know what, partly, the things that she said, but also as well, maybe, he wished that, that he was her number one, but it wasn't very clear anymore because she had Chris as number one. Do you know what I mean? I can give that up and say that's a particular point. You know what I mean? But I definitely think also at the same time that the investment of his friendship with Chris, I think, and that's why I wish that he wouldn't addressed it that way and just been really clear about it and been like, he involved himself too much in it to it only be about Chris. It's not only about Chris. Because if it was about Chris, the way he would address it was, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think you're sketchy. You've told me stuff and told him stuff, and I want to protect my boy. I'm gonna keep it real with you, 100. What you said to me and said to him, there were some lies that were being said, and you lied on my name. Let's keep it straight up. Should have been down the line, but because you've added all the extra stuff, I'm now looking at it as there's something else happening. You're hurt by the fact that she changed her mind and chose Chris and whatever. And I think you felt some type of way. Maybe you were triggered in that aspect. There's something not quite right. You know what I mean? It's the way you've addressed certain things. So if that was all about Chris, I don't think you've addressed it the right way.
I'm trying to tell you, and you've never listened to me, so I don't know what you want me to tell you.
I've listened to everything about you.
Because I'm not sketchy as fuck. Do you think I would end up with the nicest guy in here if I was sketchy as fuck?
Yeah, I do.
You don't know my story, and y'all are the sketchy as fuck ones, so I'm done with this. You weren't even listening to me.
Good luck to you.
Good luck to you, bro.
And that's what happens when you're caught up in your bullshit.
That went about as bad.
And the truth of the matter is, she did, Jay. She lied to those men. I'm sorry, you can't call it anything else. When you tell two men two different stories, you are lying. It's that straightforward. There is no other story to that. If you tell someone one thing and tell someone else another thing, you're lying, Jay. We can call it dark arts. I don't mind calling it dark arts, but you lying. Like, she knew exactly what she was doing, right? You're saying that you like Chris and he's number 2, and the reason why you choose him is because when you change your story and say, actually, I think it's because, I would have chosen him because of, usually I'll choose it. And then you went to the other person and say, actually, usually I would have chosen this person because you've told them 2 different stories. Hence why when they spoke together, you lie. That's why I'm saying she's a liar in that aspect. And then she's done some back talking. I don't want to hate her. I'm just saying that she's done some back talking that, that's been done as well. She's done some back talking, as well. So, I'm gonna be honest with you. The camera picked up what she said, so I don't know what else to say. The camera picked up what she actually said. Like, it's not like he went back and told Chris a whole different story. The camera picked up both times she said what she said, and she said, "Hey, look, with you, Izzy, I would have. You know what? You're the number 1 person I would choose because you know what? Da 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 da." But when you went to Chris, you was like, actually, maybe he'll be the one I would actually choose. But actually, no, I know that you're the one that I need to choose. And it's like, no, you didn't say that with Izzy. You said something different. You said you wouldn't go with him. I was like, baby, you're doing too much. You know what I mean? You're doing too much. But anyway, that doesn't really make a difference anyway. So, because at the end of the day, she's with Chris and Chris needs to hold it down. Okay? Because both of them thought they were lying to each other. So I don't know. So, it'd be like that, whatever it is, And then this part here, this is what she does. And this is why I don't like what she does. This is what she does. Does stuff like this that I think is manipulative.
He said it was the sketchiest one here. Basically, just call me a piece of shit.
How he feels. I completely understand that.
No one
I
thinks
guess
that,
the
right?
only issue
Nobody.
that he literally.
You okay?
He thinks I don't deserve you. That's what he was telling me.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. Yeah, he probably doesn't. He probably doesn't believe that you're good enough for him because he felt like you lied. Yeah, and you've been talking about him behind his back. I don't know. Only because he decided he didn't want to go with you. Yeah. So, of course, and then you show us what kind of behavior you're doing when you do this. When you start the whole crying and now trying to change the whole narrative of what's being said, and you want to make it that you're going to get the whole sympathy, this is the Karen behavior that usually that happens after, right? You will look, you know what I'm saying? You twisted it to a certain point. Now, I think she's sketchy. I'm sorry. I think she's sketchy.
Hey, Stace.
He has no idea what we're about to.
For me, the most of him saying, like, I know how great that guy is, and you're a piece of shit.
You're not. You know you're not. Don't listen to somebody who's trying to hurt you.
I mean, sis. I went for it. I was like, listen, wipe them tears up, get your ass back in shape. Okay. All right. So, sis, get your ass back in shape. Now, I'm very much more disappointed in Chris. Why did he go back? That's why I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in Chris. Why his ass went back? Why did you go back, Chris? Why did you go back, Chris? Huh? Chris, you were supposed to leave it alone. You weren't supposed to go back. What happened? That's what I want to know. I want to know why you decided to go back. Why did you decide to go back? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why did you decide to go back? Because you were supposed to leave that alone. All right? So, yeah, Chris got his own issues. I like that he got his own issues because that was not meant to be happening. Okay? Now, where I would say is this part here with Izzy. He did not stick it on her, and I don't know why he wants to promote that.
Like, fucking pissed off.
How is everyone sketchy?
That's what I was trying to say. I was like, you make no fucking sense.
Well, I could give 2 shits about her making sense.
And I'm just so grateful for you and like our relationship. I guess it's like literally what I'm thinking of. Like, I love you so much.
I love you.
And I'm glad that we just like can keep.
Now, I want to be very honest with you. When he told her, listen, hey, look, you know what? I had to stick it on her. I was like, nigga, you didn't stick it on me. You did not stick it on anybody, bro. You did not stick it on anybody. Now, you might have said some things, But you ain't stick it on nobody, bro. That wasn't a stick on. You get what I'm saying to you? You said one or two things. You were very respectful about it, and you kept yourself candid. You didn't even say much. So you ain't stuck it on nobody. Okay. Now that for me is a bit sassy. You know what I mean? When you're trying to again, you try to win points with Stacy and tell them that you stuck it on her, but Stacy don't want you. Stacy doesn't care about it. You know what I mean? Like Stacy doesn't care about it. She don't care about the fact that you stuck it on her because really she don't care anymore. Now, of course, I understand that maybe he feels a certain type of way, but I wish he would have addressed it straight up and said, "Look, let me be honest with you. I would say, that in a situation where you're going to tell the person about what you've done, I'm not. Listen, I got in there and I stuck it on her. No, not unless there's a mad situation between the two of us. Especially if I haven't stuck it on her. If I didn't stick it on her too, that's kind of mad. If I stuck it on her, then yeah. But I didn't stuck it on her. You know what I mean? Like you didn't stick it on her. You had a conversation, and that's probably a better point. Now that speaks to a larger issue. If he took the conversation to her because of Stacey's behalf, Stacey ain't want it. She didn't want that. Now, I think there's some other things he probably want to address, but I definitely feel that there's an aspect of addressing this for Stacey and thinking that Stacey would be impressed that he stuck it on her. Now, I think the reason why is because Stacey's probably told him some stuff that she said about Stacey, but maybe Stacey didn't want to address it, and he's gone there with the intent and energy of some of those things that she said. You get what I'm saying to you, right? So I think that's also a situation too. That happened. Didn't care one bit.
You look like shaken up.
No, I'm not shaken up. I'm just like annoyed.
But you said she didn't say anything, so what are you annoyed about?
I just don't like when people tell me shit that's not true.
What did she say that wasn't true?
That was sketchy.
That was it?
Yeah.
Did it have to do with me?
He don't like that. So she asked him, like, you look like you look like you're feeling some type of way, and he said he's just annoyed, and he's annoyed at what? Because she called him sketchy. I can tell what kind of person he is. Like, he don't like confrontation. It's clear that he doesn't like confrontation like that. I want to say, let me not say that like that, but I feel like he's not your usual confrontational person. But also, I think also in the situation, I think it hurts him when people say stuff about him that he feels is not true, right? He takes it to heart. You know what I mean? That's the point. But why would he address the man? It wasn't the man who said something. It was Johnny that said something. That's why he can't address Chris. It wasn't Chris that said something about her. It wasn't Chris that lied about what she felt. So he couldn't address another guy. He had to address her. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, yeah, no, I think also, like, I understand. I just wish he was a bit more direct in terms of what he's addressing and actually stated what the actual issue was, that there's certain issues that I feel about the situation. Do you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think that's what it was. That for him, he didn't address those specific things, which left things open for me. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Okay, last one is obviously Milton and I'm going to do Milton and Lydia as well. So let's see the situation. All right, cool. Milton and Lydia. Okay, let me see if I can get my episodes up because I want to get up to episode 6. Oh, baby, I didn't know we were going to talk this long. God damn. My throat is even hurting.
No one says that.
Okay, let's go to Lydia and Milton because these two are different. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, let's get this going. So for those of you guys who are watching, I want to make sure you guys do me a massive favor. There's 430 of you guys in this room. As always, it's a pleasure when you guys come in and join our lives as well. We want you guys to enjoy more of the content and see more of the content as well. So if you're dropping in, shout out to you. Thank you for dropping in. Do me a massive favor, if you haven't done so, like this video, share it, and then subscribe to the channel. We want to see you guys subscribed, okay? All right? Well, go. You know what I mean? Bow. You know what I mean? We'll love some bombs today. You get me? So make sure you guys are liking, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. We really appreciate you guys who have joined this live. We've been going on for the last 2 and a bit hours now. Yeah, we're going to now dissect Milton and Lydia situation. So if you haven't done so, subscribe. And also, you can see in the chat that some people are green. That's because they've joined the membership. You can also join and become part of the family. It's £1. It's $1. Yes, I try to make it as affordable as possible. There's no need to rob our people, them, you know. But yes, it's £1 or $1. Join the membership, get on board, support this channel, but also join the community as well. So we have membership lives every other Tuesday, and we've got another one coming up next Tuesday, not this Tuesday, but the Tuesday following. And we'd love to see you guys there. So if you haven't done so already, we'd love to see you there, guys. Join the membership as well, and love to see you guys for the enthralling conversations. The last 2 things here also is a Patreon. Listen, I know you enjoy the conversations, and maybe you have a favorite TV show that you love. Maybe you love Love is Blind. Maybe you love Ultimatum. Maybe you love Sisters, Zatima, you know, whatever show, The Shy, whatever's on there that you guys watch. You can have those discussions with other people who are as enthralled and enthusiastic as you are, and jump in the Patreon Discord, okay? All right, so you can jump on that as well and have those conversations. A bit more expensive than this, but at least you can get to have a community who love to talk about the shows that you're talking about as well. And the final thing is, why haven't you grabbed your merchandise? You see what I'm wearing. You see what I'm wearing. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. You see what I'm wearing. So send them back to the manufacturer. Why? Because when people are not fit for purpose, you must send them back there. This is one of our own, you know, brands that we have. Listen, click on the link down below in the description box for our Teespring shop, or you should see a little, you know, couple t-shirts and hoodies come up on the bottom of your screen that you can click on, and I'll take you to the shop as well. Grab your merchandise because the winter is coming. Oh, the weather outside is delightful. Grab your winter merch. Okay. All right, let's get into this. Let's talk Lydia and Milton. Let's talk some real stuff now. And let's get into this next scene.
Old. You're old. No, you're not old. You're a baby. You're a kid. This is so wet.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Hang it.
I'm
Why
telling
do you
you.
keep finding freaking towels on the freaking floor?
That's where they belong.
So, are you like scared to live with me?
Damn, I've watched. Oh, they're gonna copyright me, boy. I was watching that for too long. Listen. This is interesting. I'll tell you why. Because with obviously you know, with obviously Lydia and our brother Milton. One thing I want to say is, whew, baby, listen, let me keep it a buck, let me keep it real, is I you know, feel like with this situation that Milton doesn't want to be controlled. And I think he senses that. He understands her control and he tries to fight against it little by little. For instance, when she spoke about the shirt situation, he was like, yo, I'm going to wear the shirt I want to wear. I hear you, but I'm going to wear the shirt I'm going to wear. Okay? All right? We ain't going to do that. I'm going to wear the shirt I'm going to wear. And I see that, right? So Milton isn't trying to be controlled in that manner. Now, what I would say is, that this joking about you not speaking English, you too young, you too old, you too easy, I'm gonna need it to stop. And I think that Sean made a really great point about this. I'm gonna need it to stop. Okay? I'm gonna need it to stop because we're doing too much. We're doing too much because this is how the jokes end up becoming serious and become a place of hurt. These jokes quickly become weapons that people use against you, and you feel some type of way. I don't want you to have those situations, right? So I need that to be on pause. I need us to stop those jokes. They will eventually become the very things that will tear them apart because the jokes will be taken seriously. Right? So on both sides, it needs to stop. Right? It needs to stop. This is not part of a healthy relationship. Yes, a little banter. Yes, a little teasing here and there. But to tease each other to this point, yeah, we're going to have issues. It's going to come about. It's going to come up and it's going to be a problem. Right? So on both ends, the age situation, it just needs to quit, man. We can't keep talking about the age situation. Okay? We got to leave that one alone. Okay? Leave that alone. Now, what was also interesting is the fact they're going to have conflicting schedules. This is going to really put pressure on them. Really going to put pressure on them about their schedules. Let me see if I can get it.
Matt and Terrell on console 1 and console 2. Oh my God, I'm on nights. 6:30 p.m. I'm an engineer. I'm in like a critical point right now, like in my career. Like the money's good, but your work-life balance isn't the greatest. There may be times where like, hey, Milton, we need you here.
Now, they're going to have conflicting work schedules. This is going to add further pressure to their dynamic because she gets off at like 5 or 5:30 and he goes to work at like 6:30. He has to get there, by the way. So they're going to be missing each other for the next week or so, but the next 3 days or whatever, he will be able to recuperate. Someone said he will enjoy the time away. More than likely he will. He will more than likely enjoy the time that he gets to spend away because he will have time to refresh, recuperate, restart, go all over again. I hear that. You know what I mean? So he may need it because and the thing is, he keeps mentioning stuff that is going to cause them to break up. He keeps saying she's loud. He says that she is bossy. He says that, you know what, she tries to tell me what to do. And I'm like, these are the very things that are going to cause a problem. You know? Yeah, that microscope, he let her know, don't touch the microscope. Okay? Don't touch the microscope. Leave it alone. Yeah, so he let her know straight away, the microscope, we ain't playing with that. All right? Now, the roommate came along and said he likes Lydia because Lydia was very critical of his rugs in his room. I was like, sis, I need you to just pause on this dislike of the rugs. Don't be so heavy-handed about what you like and don't like. You're going to cause issues. You know, you're going to cause issues. Leave the rugs alone. Leave it alone. You know? So honestly, I can see that there are probably going to be some issues that are going to happen between the two of them because he's going to try and reject her control, but she wants the control. And I believe she believes that she should have control because she's 30 and he's 24. Now, listen, let me be real with you. The money that was lying around in the toilet with the old school Playboy magazines, weird. Very, very weird. Not the ones, but the Playboy magazines. We in 2023. We still got Playboy magazines? In 2023? You mean you can't watch P online? Like, what's going on, kids? What's going on? We've moved on. We've moved on. We've moved on. I need you to move on too. All right? So, listen, the Playboy thingies and the dollars, I was like, okay. To be fair, the friend said that was his, but then they spotted each other. So, I don't know. It's a bit weird. You know what I mean? So a little bit different, someone said just for decor purposes. It might be. That's very true. It might be true. That also might be a case too. So I'll leave that particular decor alone. In episode 7, the relation between Milton and Lydia was interesting. And I'll say that because we only got to see them a little bit. Okay? We only got to see their conversation when Lydia goes off with Uche. We don't see much after that. when we don't see much of them in episode 7, Lydia goes to see Uche, and from there, that's when the madness happened. But before we get to that place, let's talk about obviously the parents' visit, because the parents' visit was interesting. I liked her parents. I liked her mum. I think her mum was really cool. I love the fact that her mum was accepting of him into the family. I love the fact that, you know, with the brother too, he was trying to let him know, hey, bro, you gonna need some help. You gonna need a break. You gonna need vacation. You gonna need to stay away from her during pregnancy. I loved the conversation with the mother. I thought it was very nice, and very cool as well.
Do I have? Oh, 3. I think 3 is a good number.
I like it, that number.
Mostly 2 and adopt 1.
He wants to adopt.
Now, I did not know they wanted to have kids and then adopt. That was also mad. So the kids and adopt was interesting for me. I didn't know that was one of the things that were gonna be an issue, right? I didn't know it was gonna be a situation. So the fact that obviously he wants to adopt, I was like, yo, yeah, the 12 months cruise. That, and again, the brother is very astute. Shout out to the brother. Gotta give him some props. He's very astute. He was like, hey, look, hey, bro, you're gonna lose this battle, the one you're talking about putting your towel on the floor. You're gonna lose this battle talking about this. Then he let him know, hey, look, I can hear that you want to control things. So is it that he wants to do this or he want to control things? And he called it out. So Milton needs to be very much aware the brother is on your side. You might need to use him a little bit, because the wisdom he got on that side is evident. He knows the system very, very well. So, you know, the brother was like, yo, I know she likes control stuff, so I hope you ready, bro. I hope you are ready, because he is set. You're ready. You are going to meet some control. And if you don't know how to handle, you're going to find out. Okay? You're going to find out. So I did like their conversation. I love the brother was on point as well, so can't be mad at it, you know?
One, and well, I did agree on that. But
I'm gonna ask you the same question after the first one.
I just don't feel like there has to be minimum 2.
the first one is quiet.
No, he's
Right.
not.
And the second,
No.
is
Okay, so you know, listen, I think you know, in their conversations, I don't know where I put my notes. I think I put it somewhere about their conversation. Okay, so he said, look, he loves her playful nature. He said he's aware of her seriousness. The brother clocked that she's demanding. She loves that he listens and corrects immediately. Did you hear what she said? She loves the fact that when she tells him something, he listens and corrects himself immediately. But she doesn't take that for granted. And then he says he always wanted family, and he sees their bond, and loves the fact that he's accepted into their family as well. You know what I mean? So look, I think Milton wanting a family too will enjoy this kind of family. They seem very warm and very welcoming, and I love the fact that you know he was able to take in the conversation with the family and be able to understand where they're coming from. I just think to myself that the difficulty he's going to face is the battle of control. How is he going to navigate that space? How is he going to do that? Yeah, his family's a different story. They're gonna let him know they ain't gonna have it, especially not no 30-year-old woman. You know, Merlin try to save her from Uche. You know, that's right. She gonna leech that boy into the ground. That boy is finished. This boy is equivalent of going to the NBA league and meeting one of those women. He is finished. I'm telling you, he finished. He better find her out. He better find out. Okay. He better find out. Let me put a link in the chat so that you guys can join a little bit later on. I'll give you guys a bit of time. So the only other bit after that was then the situation with Uche, where he had to go and speak to her at that point. They sent him in to talk, but that was political. This was political. I never want to see this again. You know, This was political.
Me and Lydia actually have plans in 10 minutes.
Let me finish this talk with him.
Okay, I'll be outside.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Essentially.
Man went inside and she told him, listen, you have to hold it off a little bit, baby. She said, give me a few minutes. After he said 10 minutes, he tried to save her, but she didn't want to be saved. She wanted to have that conversation. So it was political to see that place. You know what I mean? So I was like, woo, baby. You went in there to the fires and then she still kicked you out? Yeah, I don't want to hear it, blood. Yeah. Yeah. She kicked you right out, blood. I was like, yo, family. And that's why you don't have to go in there. And that's why I didn't want him to go in there. And that's why I don't want the girls to tell him to go somewhere. Right? Because what was he going to say? Like, what was he going to do? He knows they have to have a conversation. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't fight on behalf of Lydia because unless Lydia wants to leave, you're wasting time. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it was a lost situation. You know what I mean? So if he starts now going after Uche when he doesn't know anything that's going on, it's a problem. If then he says to her, let's go, and she's like, actually, I need to finish the conversation. She was the one that had control in the situation. She needs to say, actually, babe, I'm not comfortable in the situation. And he can go, all right, let's go. Because if he tries to do anything else, it's gonna be a problem. He doesn't know what she's gonna say. He doesn't know how Uche gonna react. You know what I mean? So, he let them know politely, hey, we got 10 minutes because we've got to go. We got our thing to do. Okay. All right.
And then me and you guys can, but you know.
Thank you for the clarification.
You mind if me and Lydia have like a quick chat, to ourselves, and then me and you?
You guys can, but me and Lydia actually have plans in 10 minutes.
Let me finish this talk with him.
If she says, let me finish this talk with him, you can't now shut that. You know what I mean? I can't blame him. This is not even about being young. This is about understanding that what was he supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like, what was he supposed to do in that situation? There's no real thing he can do. Shout out to Cheryl, David, for joining the membership as well. Much appreciation, Cheryl. We love the fact that you're part of the team. Welcome. Much love. Yeah, what was he supposed to do? Like, what is he going to do? Like, it's going to be tough for him to do anything. Do you know what I mean? So I think he did what he was correct. He also offered a solution and said, hey, we got 10 minutes because we got to go. And she decided she wanted to stay. At that point, that was up to her. You know what I mean? At that point, it was up to her to do what she needed to do. And it be like that. Okay. All right, cool. Let me see. Okay, so final point. Let's get to my throat. Let me get to that final point. Uche and Aaliyah yes, Uche, Aaliyah, and Lydia. Okay, because this one was it's just wild now, man. I don't know where to even begin. It's just wild right now. Because the Uche and the Aaliyah conversation, I think it was a right conversation. I didn't think it was that bad. I won't lie to you.
Though I thought that this was unhealthy, I also thought in the back of my head, like, hey, she needs me. So I kept on talking to her until the point in time where I thought things were starting to turn around for her. She had gotten a whole bunch of new friends.
Now, here's my thing. I actually understand where Uche is coming from in terms of why he didn't badmouth Lydia, right? It was a lost situation, right? Lost situation. Yeah, I'm not going to be mad at it. I get it, It was a lose-lose situation, yeah? Because he tells her this, it can be a problem. He doesn't tell her this, it can be a problem. And I'm talking specifically about bad-mouthing Lydia, nothing else. That part I definitely understand. I still stand on the fact that he should have told Aaliyah that there was a connection between the two of them. And even up to now, when he explains it, he still explains without explaining how the fact that how to flip that he had sex with her 3 months ago. You know what I mean? Like, he still explains it without the fact that they got intimate. So even after they rekindled and you were helping to support her family, mother, her father or whatever had passed or whatever, he still didn't explain it as if like y'all were still intimate. Because that's a really big part of the relationship as to why certain things are kicking off the way it's kicking off, right? If you're just supporting her, I get it. I agree. But you still didn't explain it again once more in your explanation how intimacy was kicking off and taking place. So for me personally, that part, I was like, oh, no, Captain, you still kind of missing some key details out. You've given me a whole explanation about how crazy Lydia is, and I appreciate that right now. We need to know that. But if you felt she was stalkerish, can I be honest with you? I know that you didn't want to destroy her relationship, but you had to destroy her relationship. Because if that person is stalkerish, I want to be honest with you, she gonna stalk your girlfriend and your potential wife. So you should have to tell her, like, when you really deep it, like, you might not have wanted to out her, but if that person has stalked you and you felt some type of way about your safety and the fact she's doing stuff that is crazy, you might want to tell the girl that you're about to date that, baby, it's fatal attraction, and what you're about to get into, the girl wants to take me out and potentially might want to take you out too. At that point, you then saying great stuff about how Lydia is amazing, how great she is, it's not on the table. You know what I mean? It's then not on the table. You know? So for me personally, that's what I'm now looking at your response. Like, this doesn't make sense. You defended Lydia with all your heart, and yet at the same time, you think she's a stalker, and people have sent you messages of how she was following you. And at this point, by the time we get to the end, he's even changed his story, and that's what I don't like. That's the part I didn't like. By the end of the situation, Uche changed his whole story and said, actually, Lydia, you know what? I think you engineered the fact that you knew I was going to be here. How? You said to Aaliyah, hold on a minute, and this is what I don't like. And this is, I don't like this. I'm just deep in this. It's kind of mad. Wait a minute. Now, of course, we don't know what happened in between, but wait a minute now. That's kind of mad. I got to deep it now. It's kind of mad. It's kind of mad because you done said to Aaliyah that she's crazy for thinking that you two could orchestrate something and come to the same place. But then you have the audacity at the very end to call out Lydia and tell her, hey, hold on a minute. You're the one that actually orchestrated it to come here. That's madness for me, Uche. You cannot do that. See, now at that point, I got to call you all the way out. Yeah, I got to call you all the way out. Yeah, you playing some games and you're moving mad trash. And now I got to take into consideration everything in the very beginning. One, like I said, the original thing that I said originally, whether the producers told you not to say anything at all, you decided not to say anything. Okay, cool. But you've lied about it. Okay, you omitted information. And then you've got onto Aaliyah, got onto real tough about her telling her story, which had nothing to do with you, but you got triggered, right? And now we're in a situation where you've allowed the situation to get on the way it's got onto. Lydia's now got close to Aaliyah, and you still didn't even understand at that point how it would be scary for the other person. But instead, you made it about you rather than trying to have some empathy. And that's the one thing I've always felt about Uche. He lacks empathy. And I don't think he's a narcissist. I don't think necessarily, he's that. I think he's a scared man. I think he's afraid someone's going to abandon him. I think he's afraid of being hurt. And so he tries to control the narrative. And now we're in a situation where, don't get it twisted, I think Lydia's got some crazy things about her. I think he's using that to his advantage a little bit when it comes to the situation with Aaliyah. And rather than just being honest about the whole situation, he isn't, because he's omitting information every single time. And not only that, and, if we go on to it, and if I can play some of those clips, during the conversation with Lydia, she comes out and says, but hold on a minute now. She might be lying. I can't trust Lydia. She's not a full-on good source. So we are going to take this with a pinch of salt, but we're going to add it. Okay? We're going to add it and say that, let me be real with you. In amongst all of that, she did say that, well, let's not forget that you kind of cheated too. Yeah, you was out here. You was sleeping with another girl. All right, so let's not play it like it's just like, you were innocent in the situation. You were messing with another woman. So I have to take that into consideration too and say that, there's some other things that were coming into play. And he tried to force this whole, you weren't being honest. And I didn't understand why the conversation went on to the past between him and Lydia. It didn't make sense. You've already told Aaliyah the past situation between you and Lydia. Why are you addressing the past issue of Lydia at the present moment? Shouldn't you be addressing the fact that Lydia's behavior on the show is what I'm addressing? You got close to my girl, Aaliyah. You've caused her to feel some type of way. That's what should be addressed. But instead, you addressed a past relationship rather than addressing the present moment. That, for me, was shocking. That again just showed me you're not really investing in Aaliyah. I don't think you're really investing in Aaliyah, if I'm honest with you. I think you're scared, and I think you're afraid, and I think you're wounded, and I think it causes you to move mad in particular ways, right? So this situation between you and Lydia, you weren't addressing it because of Aaliyah. And then it goes back to, then we have to take it all the way back and ask those questions, because one of the things that I said was very eerie about Uche was the original question when Aaliyah asked him, do you still care for Lydia? Like, are you still caring for Lydia? His answer was a very political answer, just like it was on episode 7 when they had a conversation. When she asked you that question, if I ask you a question and say to you, hey, do you still have feelings for this girl? Your first answer should not be, how can you think that question? How can you think that way? Your first answer should be, no, I do not feel that. I do not find that person attractive. I don't find that person, I'm not in love with that person. When you answer a question with the explanation of, do you think you're smart for thinking that way? Or think about it, what you're actually really saying. That is what we call a politician's answer that will take you on a roller coaster, on a discourse of conversation away from the original question. So when someone does that, they're deflecting. And he's done that on several occasions. When he's asked about how he feels about Lydia, he did that. He did that also in this episode when Aaliyah was saying, I felt like you guys were cahoots. Rather than just saying, no, I didn't do that. That's not what it is. He took on another roundabout. He likes to do the politician answer, because what happens is you can't nail him down to that answer. And it no longer becomes about the question. And so now you haven't got an answer directly about the question. Rather, you feel stupid for asking the question. That is a very clever manipulation tactic. And the reason why I'm saying that I'm not going to call him a narcissist, because many of us who are manipulators or have been manipulators use this very same tactic. Politicians use the very same tactic when they're answering questions from journalists. They answer the question without answering the question. They do a politician's answer. So I can see him as a manipulator, as somebody who is unwilling to be honest. And if we look at Uche, he's got a pattern here. The same thing you did to Lydia, that you're saying about someone else wasn't being honest. You accused Lydia of not being honest. Yet in amongst that, you two had not been honest with Lydia too, because she accused you of that, not being honest in the relationship. And yet the same thing now has happened with Aaliyah. You've got a pattern of behavior. You try to make martyrs of these women or angels of these women. You want them to hold this. You want them to uphold this absolute pinnacle of perfection so that you can trust them. The reality is you can't. No one is perfect. You get what I'm saying to you? Nobody's perfect. Nobody can uphold that particular image that you want of perfection. And as soon as they don't fit the perfection, that's when he begins the tirade, because he can no longer trust you, because you have to be perfect for him to trust you, because he's so wounded and has trust issues. Now that's problematic for me, because nobody's perfect. And nobody will be perfect. And so you're going to always have this particular issue. Okay? All right? So we got a situation on our hands when it comes to Uche. I got to be real with you. I called it out earlier on about his behavior. It is diabolical. I did say this earlier on. You know, when I said to you, it's diabolical. There are some diabolical people. He's one of the diabolical.
My things.
I was not going through your things. I opened a drawer.
Lydia, you weren't honest about that. You didn't tell me.
Uche,
you didn't tell me.
Listen,
Lydia,
Uche.
hold on.
No.
You didn't say, hey, Uche, I went through.
You're not
going
to talk to me like that.
And this is
Listen,
how
Uche.
I. This is how
Listen,
I know.
Uche.
You
At the end of the day,
but you weren't honest about that until I told you that I never.
This conversation even makes sense. And I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense for me. There's no need to have it. It doesn't matter whether she lied or not. If you believe she lied, she lied. But that's past history. It's finished. Why does this conversation come up? Why does this conversation come up? Well, because he has to set up the premise of who is the right and who's the wrong. In the art of war, what we call this is fighting a holy war. You must present yourself in a particular way where you have a moral high standing, and that what you're doing is, first and foremost, I'm fighting a moral just war. But actually, there's no reason for this war to be fought, because in reality, it means nothing. Because you are not in a relationship with Lydia right now. If you felt some way about this, you should address Lydia on your own time, not on TV time, not in Love Is Blind time. You should address her another time. If you got unresolved issues with her, you address that another time. This ain't the place for it. This conversation should have been about how she behaved with your girl Aaliyah and how she's caused issue between you and Aaliyah. Notice he did not care about that situation. Mo, let me just say that first of all, editing has put it that way. Maybe he did, but for what we can see, it's like you don't care about the situation. Okay, You don't care about the situation. So you're addressing this past situation. Now, you said you don't care about her and it was 3 months ago and I should leave it alone. Then why are you addressing 3 months situation if it's not important? If you're telling that Aaliyah should leave it alone and she shouldn't care about it, why are we addressing a 3-month situation? That's a question I need to be answered. You know what I'm saying? That's a question I need to be asked with. You know what I mean? So for me personally, you know, Uche, you know, we gotta hold you accountable here, bro. You know, I try to defend you, but this is
we are not supposed to be
Okay,
together,
so
right?
I want to finish. I'm not even done telling you everything.
I don't want to talk to you. You're
Okay,
not
hold on. Let me just finish. Lydia, let me finish.
I don't care for that. Milton, get over here. Where the hell you been?
Jamaican.
Not them calling over Milton saying, where have you been and get over here. You know, but you know, this conversation just didn't need to happen. It's just not necessary. And, you know, I just felt like, you know what? Y'all doing too much. You know, the conversation just didn't need to happen. You know, yeah. I don't know, man. I just think to myself, like, it got dragged on to a point where it didn't need to. And I do think she's got some problems with the way she deals things, but Uche, you are not helping me look at the situation any better. And I said this, that when someone talks about moral high ground so much and you don't live it, you become the biggest problem in the room. And you've been doing that from the very beginning of the show, talking about how high his integrity is. And yet we're struggling to see the integrity. Now, don't get it twisted. You know me, I would have talked on Aaliyah, but I've spoken to her for the last few episodes. I don't think I need to talk anything more about her because I've been talking about her. She just needs to leave now. She needs to walk away and go and, you know, not let her low self-esteem and a low value of herself drag her into a relationship where all the answers are not adding up, where the maths is not mathsing, and where, you know, you're looking at the comprehension of the English and it's not comprehending. So, you know, she just needs to leave this one alone and go home. You ran away for a reason. And I'm not saying you're not a runner and a track star. You are. Work on that. But this is one of those things where you were right to run away. You didn't need to come back. You know what I mean? You didn't need to come back. So for me personally, yeah, I'm gonna need him to leave that alone, go elsewhere, and sit his ass down. Okay, all right, yeah. So, baby, it's gonna be a mass town. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a mass town. But let me bring on a few people. I've said my pieces. I will cut up these lives as well, so they will be chopped up a little bit later on as well for you guys to watch in smaller chunks, because this is about to be a 4-hour live. I can tell we're already at almost a 3-hour mark. So, if you do want to have your say, if you do want to have your opinion on the latest episode, I'm putting the link in the chat. You got it there. You can join in the conversation. It's one of those ones again. We're at a few hours on the dots, and we want to have some fun and have some conversation, and we'd love to hear your perspective on this particular show. Let me bring on El Cid, and I'll bring on Crystal, who are already here. You know, and we can get some conversation flowing as well. Talk to me, El Cid. I know you wanted to add a little bit earlier on. I kind of blocked you off a little bit, but talk to me, El Cid. What's going on in your mind, and what's your thoughts on this? Up to these 7 episodes so far, man.
Well, I had to come on with my red, white, and blue for JP. Y'all be dragging JP. Y'all be dragging him. JP's hurt. JP mama did him. You know, I believe JP's mother has imprinted on that young man like really heavily. And all his behavior is stemming from, you know, I don't want to make this woman upset with me. I don't want to turn her anger on me. You know, that's where I'm seeing with JP. And yes, he's quiet, but he's analyzing her. And one thing I want to say, Kojo, with JP, there's a religious sect in the South that sees makeup as really bad behavior and a sign of a loose woman. So JP's whole thing on the makeup, like Jay and I had talked about, was that maybe the mother degraded the sisters for wearing makeup as teen girls and being fast or seen as fast. So JP could be analyzing to see what woman she is with that makeup. Not right, but it could be an understanding of where he's coming from.
I didn't even think about that. I've never heard about that. Could be a definite point to understand as to why he's thinking about the makeup being a contentious issue. Good addition. I like that. Okay, Crystal, you have anything to add? I know you're back there.
Yeah, I actually, and sorry y'all, I am driving. Hey El Cid, hey everyone, glad to be back. But I agree with you, but I also think he got in his head way too much. I do think that the mother did imprint some don't speak, like he was really traumatized by what the mother did to the girls and everything. So I do hear you on that point, but I do feel like he could have said something a little bit nicer to her. When he said, "I like your freckles. I wish you would show those more often." I said, "Okay, there you go." But that was nice. That was sweet. But then when he said, "Well, my first instance when I saw your it was just too much makeup. It just came off like I just felt like he's not attracted to her." I said, when he shut down, it reminded me of Haley and the old boy, the 80s boy, that they're not attracted to each other. That's what came to me. I was like, this man's not attracted to this girl, and he's being way too quiet about it. And I said, and then it came off rude when he first finally said something. So I'm sorry, but that's what she heard. That's what she heard. So it wasn't really any going back from that. She said, "There's more to this." That's why she was like, "There's more to this than just he wanted me to show my makeup." That's what that's what I got from it. That's it for now. And I really feel bad for them because I really thought they were cute, but at the same time, you know what? She's like, and then she started looking at the other couples, and we should be further along. I thought that we would get along. And no, she should not have compared. But when she's thinking he's totally different, as soon as he sees my face, he's totally different. That's it.
Yep. Elsa, any more additions on JP perspective?
For Taylor, as a kindergarten teacher, silence could be seen as, mischief. It could be seen as something is wrong. So it seems that she needs words. She needs words of affirmation. And JP seems like he, wants to be acts of service, hence the fireman. So from jump, they were disconnected from the very beginning.
No, I hear that. I definitely hear that. All right, let me get your thoughts then on Stacy and Izzy. What's you guys' thoughts on that relationship and that particular coupling as well? I see Elsid smiling. Go for it, Elsid.
I don't think Izzy really wants to be with Stacy. Like I told you, he was being sketchy with his conversation with Lydia at the beach. It felt like, I know Milton ain't doing it for you, and I'm here if you ever need. That's what that conversation looked like. Like he was putting his foot in the door to say, hey, we ended early and I'm still open. But I really think his religion does have a lot to play with how he behaves with money. It may not be all of it, but he's going to feel the disparity more and more each day, especially since we're talking about he just switched jobs. We don't even have an annual W-2 from Izzy. So him in economy class and her in private jets, it's just not going to work. It's not going to play out well. And that trophy drawer, oh my God. If Stacy had a trophy drawer, how would we be looking at her? How would we be looking at Stacy? It wouldn't be favorable.
Good point.
Okay, I have a question, Elsid. What do you mean it has to do with his religion? Why he's not making the money that he is? Because he's Catholic and Spanish? What do you mean?
No. He was raised Jehovah Witness.
Okay.
Remember he said that? Not all Jehovah Witness, not at all. But there's a certain sector of Jehovah Witness who believe that, financially you shouldn't be making an exorbitant amount of money because it takes you away from learning the scripture and away from, the religious aspect. It may be.
That does have a point. You do, now that I'm remembering he's Jehovah's Witness, you do have a point on that. But at the same time, I think that him going from one career to a new career to a new career, that's
a good
my
point.
issue with it. That the Jehovah's Witness thing, you do have a point on that. But him going from 1 to 2 to now, he's just now starting this new career as an insurance salesman, which is commission based in the beginning until you get into a good company. My issue with it, that drawer to me, and maybe because I have 3 brothers, I think he put that stuff in that drawer and forgot about it. He said, "Oh, I'll probably see this girl again," and that might have been sitting there a year ago. That stuff, and I just didn't think it was horrible where she would get that offended. Just because looking at him, he is an F boy. I'm sorry, but he has got somebody. What we talked about, Kojo talked about this a second ago, that he has got some bodies, and I just think that he put that in that drawer, and he totally forgot about it. Now, yes, he should have thrown it away, especially if he doesn't even know who they belong to. But I don't know that her getting that offended. I just don't think, and maybe because again I have 3 brothers, probably threw that in the drawer, and it's probably been sitting there. Before he left, throw it away. You don't know who it belongs to. They've been sitting there for a year. Just stop holding on to something that you don't even care about. So yeah, I agree with you, but I don't even think I was like, girl, you guys are gonna have much bigger arguments than this. So I just didn't think it was that big for her to start crying and running away. And she does interrupt him a lot. That's it for now.
Appreciate it, Crystal. Yes, Anitra, go for it. I think she might be a little bit tied up. I know she has some.
So we're talking about Izzy now?
Yes, we're talking about Izzy and Stacy. And your thoughts. Yes, we're talking about Izzy and Stacy. Oh, you might want to turn your YouTube.
Izzy's just not ready for a relationship, in my opinion.
And Anitra, turn your YouTube.
Oh, can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah, someone has it on twice.
You'll have yeah. If you turn a YouTube thing down, then it should be fine. Go for it.
Okay, I think I just have bad feedback. I can't hear you on my phone.
Can you not hear us? You should be able to hear us from the StreamYard. You gotta be feeling like Taylor, comfortable with these silences. But yeah, no, Anitra, if you can hear, you can go now. You can go ahead now. So it's just that when you're talking or when you open your mic, you got to turn the YouTube volume down so we don't hear it. Because it echoes. But if you go for it now, go for it. Try again and see.
Okay, I'm gonna talk. I can't hear you on I can hear you on my TV, but not on my phone. So I think Izzy was just not ready for a relationship. He came on wanting to be in a relationship, but I don't think he counted the cost of what it would mean to be in a relationship with the type of woman that he's interested in. I believe he's genuinely interested in her, but didn't realize that his looks is not going to be enough to carry the relationship because she's requiring more. She's requiring everything she already has, and for someone to be able to sustain her the way her father does. And he's not ready for that. And if she wants him, I would encourage her to be very patient with him because he's just growing. What she's already achieved, he still is growing into that. And he's just not there yet. So if it's going to work, she would have to choose to be patient, and he would have to choose to be okay with scaling to maintain the lifestyle she looks for.
I agree with that. And I put this in the chat. Coach, you asked how long is it going to take Izzy? I mean, it's going to really take him 5 years if he just started his career, and to get where she is, not just financially but mentally. Like he is still he wants a change. He's been engaged. He's been a F-boy out there in these streets and having a good time. So he's like, I want something different. So he went on this show, and then he's like, oh wait, I'm with this girl that's got a 3-story house. She's got I counted 2 Mercedes. I don't know about y'all. And then she's got a family or a father who if something breaks down and she can't pay for it, then he will come in and help out. And her father's always been there. He did not expect this. And also I agree with y'all that his insecurities, his self-esteem issues, yeah, he knows he's a handsome guy, although he had issues with being bald. I actually thought that was the best part of looking at him. But he's got some insecurities and some he needs some emotional backbone himself that he's not going to be able to sustain. He's not prepared for Stacy. He's not mentally, definitely not financially prepared for Stacy. That's it for now.
So my question would be, Stacy said the last time her family had a financial hurdle was the foreclosure on her grandfather's home. So now the dad, they've had money. Okay. Do you think Izzy can catch up at all? I'm not sure he can catch up with where Stacy is.
No, not in a year. I mean, she's really gonna have to. She's already way surpassed him. So, like I said, like if he's grinding, unless he wins the lottery, 3 to 5 years, and that's being generous. I mean, and I don't remember what does Stacy. I know he's an insurance agent, and that he just started this job. What does Stacy do again? Remind me.
I can't remember exactly what she does, but she did say, she did work for what she had, but I cannot remember her field.
I don't remember it either, but I do see that she has well surpassed him. Like I feel like he spent his 20s, being a 20-year-old guy, a guy in his 20s, and now at 29, he is. And the father even said it. You spend your 20s, out there doing that thing, and now at 29, or was that the sister that said now you're ready to, build that career. Whereas you've already seen somebody that's already there, already built that career.
I do feel the family was gently side-eyeing his job.
Oh, absolutely. They were being respectful about it. Go ahead. Sorry, Elsa.
No, you're fine. You're fine, Crystal. We know each other.
Right.
They were side-eyeing. You sure this is okay? You sure this is going to be enough? Gently telling him this is not enough for the family.
I even respect the sister for saying you like to travel more than you will admit. I was like, okay, so Stacy does like to be out there, even though she's trying to be nice about it. Stacy likes to fly, and and the dad said, what did his comment was about first class, money can't buy what love can't buy you first class, something like that, y'all get it. But
the family was being very gentle with him on camera.
Very gentle, but very much side-eyeing him and saying, like, this is her, like telling them about, I'm gonna tell you about my sister, I'm gonna tell you about my daughter. But even the mom was like, you cooked? I was like, okay. So they're letting him know that she has a certain type of lifestyle, and just letting him know.
Not only does she have a lifestyle, she has a certain type of lifestyle. She's not emotionally in tune with herself. Like she doesn't know how to, and I don't even know if she's interested in learning how to communicate deeper than surface level. So that's going to be a problem too, because he wants to go there in the conversation. And she's like, no, just put me on a jet and we can have fun. And that's not going to sustain him, especially since he does have a little bit of a religious background. He wants to go a little bit deeper. Not saying that all religious people are deep, but I'm just saying for him, it sounds like he wants to go deeper.
That's a very good point. I never thought of it that way. You know, I mean, I think earlier in the pods, and someone put it in the chat, you know, she wanted to have fun and you know, wanted to not necessarily go as deep emotionally. And then before we knew it, we're outside the pods and she's saying, "I love you." I said, "Wait, hold a minute." I realized how fast that was because, you know, she didn't want to discuss feelings. She said, "I'm not there yet, that I love you aspect," you know. Before we knew it, we're talking about big sticks and big shifts. And now we're talking about I love you. You know what I mean? Like, it almost looked like it had to take them get into the bedroom and seeing each other before she can say that I love you. I think she wanted to stop herself from connecting in that particular way emotionally on an emotional level with him until she saw him physically, which, I mean, listen, hey, I'm not going to be against that 100%. But I think it also does speak to her deeper aspect of terms of not wanting to be as emotional. And in fact, her dad picked it up and said, "This is the most I've ever seen her be emotional about any man she's ever dated." And that is scary. If this is the most emotional you've been, and you had the opportunity to be in a pod where you had a wall and you had nothing else but to communicate, yeah, we might have to. There might be some extensive work that needs to be done. So, you know, that is something that to look at. So that's a good point as well. Yeah, go for it. I said you want to add, or Crystal, whichever. I don't know. Go for it. I said, yeah, go for it.
I was just gonna agree. I'm really trying to think, where did they have any of those emotional conversations? You know, oh, I'm afraid of my looks, or what's your biggest fear? I feel like that was the only time they had like a deeper conversation. They had a good time and they like to have fun. But when did they talk? I think he did talk about religion, and that was the only deep conversation that they had. You're right. So when was this conversation about? Because you wait till after the pods and then you get to finances. Huh? Interesting. You're right. Good point.
Go for it, Elsid. That's Nietzsche's point. Good point.
My question with Izzy is that both ladies he went to speak to, both Lydia and Johnny, he broke up with them. So where's the beef? Where's the need to clear anything up? He ended things with them. They were not what he needed or wanted. There was no connection. Why do I need to go back and address you if I broke up with you?
I think that was ego. I think that was ego. I feel like he wanted them to see what they missed out on because he didn't choose them. I felt like that was just all ego driven and production driven.
That was production driven, and he did not mind doing it because he, of course, wanted to feel superior, especially feel superior to Johnny. Well, no, to both of them. But that was production because I got the impression from, what's her name? Lydia, who shows a lot of facial expressions, that she did not want to sit there she didn't care to sit next to, what's his name? Now?
Milton.
She didn't care to sit next to him. So I feel like that was production driven, but he definitely obliged it because he does have he needs his ego fed. So yeah, that was production driven. It was, yeah.
Do you think he would be okay if Stacy was like, you know what, all of this is mine, the house, the cars, and it's yours too. I'll take you on a first class trip. Like, do you think he would be okay with that? She was the exact opposite, but I wonder if he was looking for someone that could also help take care of him while he figures his stuff out.
I don't think he was looking for it, but I did notice when they were driving in that car, I'm really anxious to see the house that I'm going to be living in. I was like, I feel like you said that 3 times, bruh. Like, why? Okay. Okay. He said it too many times, and then I just feel like, okay, this is going to be my new house. You know, I was hoping that he would say, okay, well, you know, let me help out with the renovations, because you can see that he was really renovating that house. I was like, he's not asking to pitch in, or he's not doing any of that. So
right.
I got that impression.
That's why I was wondering if part of him wanted her to be like, I got you. I'm going to hold you down while you figure it out. And she was not. She was not at all. She was like, okay.
Remember, Izzy in the pod said he wanted someone that he can integrate into their life and their family.
Oh, he did say that. But on the financial side, though, I mean, that we can integrate, but if you're not, I'm not a man, obviously, but I would want him to take the lead. And I see what you have established. This is what I can do. But she had to bring it up, which gives her the appearance of she's being more masculine because she's bringing up all the things. But if he's looking forward to living in a house, when does he bring up the conversation of this is what I can contribute? I see what you've done. This is where I'm at. This is what I can do.
So what do you think her response would be if he said, what would her response be if he said, you know, this is all well and good, but can we look into buying something together for us?
I got the impression she just bought that house, at least within this year. I don't think that she's gonna want to. Yeah, that's a new buy for her. She's not gonna want to buy a new house so soon unless she renovates that and, you know, rents that out or something like that. And he's not making any of those other suggestions. Okay, let's renovate this one and flip it or anything like that. So if he was to, and that conversation about the HVAC, I can pay half on the HVAC and, you know, we can go 50-50 on the HVAC, but dinners, I'm buying dinners or something like that. There was no talk. He's like, we just throw 2 credit cards down. And I was like, oh, that's not going to work. That's not going to work, bro. So I really do think that he should have made that suggestion. Like, okay, we're dating, then I'm buying dinner, but we're married now. We're a married couple now. I'll buy dinners, especially in the beginning. And he didn't make any of those. Oh, we just throw 2 credit cards down. There weren't any of those other suggestions. There wasn't anything from him that said that he could do it a different way. And so I think that that's what she was looking for. She was like, no, I don't see that. She said, okay, I see what you're saying. No, actually, I don't see what you're saying. That's not what I do. That's not what my family does. That's not how my father taught me. So she just was not understanding that. So, yeah, he needed to say, I'll pay half on this HVAC because he's got 2. That's a lot of money. I only got 1. So, yeah.
Well, I've got 2. It just depends on the size of the house.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the house.
Yeah,
and then money, the cost of things is relative, right? Because another man in a different financial situation wouldn't even blink at $20K for HVAC. So
absolutely.
It's all relative. But where he's at, I think for her, if she's choosing to be with him, being sensitive to where he's at and deciding I'm going to be patient, because just like I had a scale myself and my family came into an inheritance, he has to grow too. And if she doesn't want that, then let him go. And if he can't handle it, let her go. Because if they're not going to be patient with each other, it's just not going to work. That's going to be a big issue.
So let's look at this. He is living by himself in his place, yet Milton, who is 6 figures, has a roommate.
But Milton is a different. Yeah, Milton is.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say Milton.
We say it's smart now, but for many times in this conversation and chat, I have seen where a man with a roommate is looked upon terribly. And Milton admitted he's making 6 figures, yet he still has a roommate.
He's 24 though.
He's 24. Milton's also 24.
Yeah.
He's sitting on the counter eating cereal. It's a different thing. And both of those, and that roommate of Milton's is also up there in tax bracket. So I think that Milton at 24, I don't want to say waiting to get married, but he looks at it as when me and my wife will buy the house together. I don't look at it as the same. Milton and Izzy, 2 different scenarios. Absolutely.
Yeah, 2 different tax brackets and energy. Like they're
right. Milton doesn't mind buying a house when he and his wife get. That's why there's nothing on the walls in Milton's house, because he's like, when I meet my girlfriend or my wife and if she wants to paint the walls, then we can paint the walls. I just don't. It's just not mentally where Milton's at right now. And I actually think he's very intelligent and mature. I like what Milton said. How do you feel about somebody younger than you but more mature than you? I'm not saying Milton's immature. I just think right now, he's 24.
I'm just saying that we're giving Milton a pass in an instance, and we're giving him a pass based on his age, when in the past we have not done that for men at any age.
I have.
You want to speak up?
I have. So I don't know. I don't know what other people have done in the chat. I'm new to the chat, but I used to be 24. So I remember, and now I've been married for over 23 years, and it didn't bother me in my early 20s when my now husband had a roommate. And I knew that and then when we both moved out to be with each other, we got a house together. So I don't know what the other people have done in the chat, but that's not a big deal to me. I'm like, okay, I think it's smart. You save money. Save your money.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's smart. I don't think that that's not right for Milton to have a roommate. And both Milton and his roommate are very mature and in a different, and they're working guys. So
I think it'd be wise for Izzy to have a roommate, actually, because you're scaling.
Definitely.
So if anybody need a roommate, Izzy need a roommate, maybe two.
Well, I think that's Izzy probably does have a roommate. Izzy's in an apartment. That's why Stacy probably needs to rent one of them rooms out, so she can. How is she supplementing that income too? But I do think. Him being 24 and at 20, and I'm trying to think, when did I definitely was moved out by 24, and had my own. I don't remember what year, but yeah.
I bought my first condo at 24. So that's why I'm not giving Milton too much of a pass. But it stands to reason that Milton, with his job, as he said, his job may move him somewhere, Argentina, wherever, an apartment will be fine. I'm just saying, and welcome Antria, that I have seen, young ladies mention that the roommate is a deal breaker. So that's why I wanted us to discuss it.
I feel like the only time we did that was Ready to Love with that what was the guy, the African guy or Jamaican guy, when he was into his 30s and he had two roommates. Now I do think that's an issue. I do think that isn't that the guy that had the daughter? I don't remember, but I think that's an issue.
Crystal, he could too be saving up and waiting for marriage.
So do you think because women seem to mature in some areas a little bit faster than men, that women should be okay with marrying up into someone that is able to match them on their financial, intellectual level?
That's on you, Kojo. You usually talk that.
I mean, listen, I think it really does depend on your age. And I guess everybody has their kind of markers of where they stand on age situation. But I would say that, with that situation, I don't know if we want to say that women mature, but I think there are things that women consider when it comes to how they look at their life that's considerably different to men. Like in terms of society, how we rear them, we rear women in a sense to be more focused on relationships, right? And so women are oftentimes thinking about those aspects of life. So yes, they're quicker to the mark on those particular things because they're thinking about family, they're thinking about longevity in terms of relationship, marriage, whereas a lot of men don't necessarily get read in terms of marriage, get read in terms of go out, conquer, do what you want to do, become what you want to become, and then think about the family. So there's a reverse in order. And so it looks like the women are more mature. And in some sense, you could say that way, because if you look at it from that perspective, I look at it more of a case of what do they get engineered to think like in that particular way. So, I mean, he's 24. Shout out to him, for earning a 6-figure job and having a roommate too, because it's cost effective. It's also as well life effective, because you actually probably need to learn how to live with somebody. You know what I mean? It may not be a woman, but you're learning how to live with somebody in your space for a considerable amount of time too. I think, what is intriguing about this though is that I think every case has to be taken case by case in these scenarios, right? As to, okay, for instance, are you really staying with your mom or staying with your parents because you can't afford it? but you've got money coming in, or is it because you're broke and you ain't got no money coming in at all? Because that's completely different. Like, you know what I mean? If you're trying to save money, have savings, you've got that plan in your head, you want to go somewhere, so you're saving your money. That's different. That's somebody who's thinking ahead and is going, let me just save some money, save my parents. I'm not going, and I'm not in a relationship right now. I'm not married anybody. Fine. To somebody who is got no savings or barely any savings, can't save, doesn't have good financial management. They are earning, maybe they're earning money, but they're not very good at financially managing. That's a completely different ball game. You're dealing with somebody completely different. So I think that key question always has to be asked about the situation. Is that person financially astute in the way that they look at money and how they handle money? That is more important than them having their own house, because they could have their own house, but be really poor with their management. Which kind of sounds almost contradictory, because how do they buy a house? But you'd be surprised what people can put on their on their salaries when they're showing you. I worked in banking, so when people come in for their mortgage, that is when the real truth comes out, when they come with their partner or their wife and they realize they're in the hellhole. You know what I mean? So so it's again, take it case by case in those instances. As well, ask the right questions. Don't be afraid to ask somebody the questions. How do they look at money? How do they see it? She asked Izzy about his financial, a little bit about his savings and stuff, and asked him. And so, I think part of the marriage, and maybe some people might not agree, that some people might do, I trust you, but let's exchange some details here. I don't need your bank, so I don't need your bank passwords. But we might need to see. You told me you got 15K in savings. I love that for you. Here's my bank statement so you can see it. If I'm genuinely going to marry you, that I genuinely would do that, because in marriage there is no secrets. You know what I mean? So I can pass you my savings. Here you go. See what it is. I don't want you to get them and be like, oh my God, he lied to me. No. That's not how I operate. But not everyone can do that too. So not everyone's comfortable with that. But I would suggest some transparency. Yes, Elsid.
So what does it say that Izzy is showing you his trophy drawer, but not his bank statements?
And he's not ready for marriage. He's not ready. He is not ready. Because I would do a full background check. We get married. Here's my background check. Here's your background check. He's not ready.
Yo, that was wild, but that was I can't say anything about it. That is a good point. I think we do need to harp more on those instances of conversation, that if you are going to get married, Love is Blind, Married at First Sight, those shows where you immediately get thrust into marriage, there should be that conversation of exchange of our financial details. Like you said, I can show you the drawer, but I can't show you the drawers of my finances. That should be happening, because two are becoming one. You know what I'm saying to you? And then we can have a real conversation about these HVACs that you're telling me about 20K. And I'll tell you, listen, I got 20K in savings, but here's my honest truth. I'm not also expecting to pay 20K into your HVAC, all my savings into your HVAC. That's not how I'm looking at it. And I, as a person, as a man too, I wouldn't want the partner I'm with also to be like, yeah, pay your savings into my HVAC. Well, that'd be absurd. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's a good point. That was a good point. You know what I mean? Good point. Any other thoughts on this, on finances and Milton and that aspect? Because I think it's a really good conversation to have. Some people need to learn about that.
It sounds like Lydia, just listening to them, sounds like she may already have, she may have a pretty good salary too. So it is a little like finances is going to be an issue for them. Milton, I know he's 24. We've said that. I don't know. I got married at 24, but maybe in my generation, 24 is a different kind of 24, because that was considered older by the time you get married at 24. Yeah, I think that's not going to be an issue for them, and because they have money. So it's just mindset. I think it's mindset. The way you act when you have money and finances is not an option. I feel like it gives you space to focus on other things, because finances isn't an issue, but the maturity level is. So now we have more time to look at that and argue about that or figure that out. We don't have to necessarily add finances into the equation.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Lydia is doing well for herself, or if she's not doing well for herself, she's definitely in a place to be doing well for herself. Because she's got 2 degrees, and the one is in genealogy, and then the other is environmental management or environmental business. So honestly, some of those jobs aren't great, don't pay great, and some do. So I think she's probably most likely doing well for herself. So they're not going to have the issue with that. Um, but what's his name? Going back to Izzy and Stacy, there are a lot of expectations that he will not be able to meet. Not unless she really wants to stick it out with him for the next 5 to 10 years.
My finance brain, when I hear Lydia has 2 master's degree, is student loans. So while she may be making, while she may be making, right, while they may be making a lot of money, I hesitate with looking at just the gross salary and looking at how are they managing their money.
That's good. That's a great point. Like, management is important. You can meet someone in the comments says you can make money, but if you don't know how to manage it, and that doesn't matter. That accounts for all levels of income. If you don't know how to manage your money well, then you can keep repeating a poverty like lifestyle, no matter if you make 6 figures or 5. So that's
And true,
a good point too.
and I actually think maybe that's why I don't mind him being in an apartment with a roommate, especially this first year, his new job, this first couple of years. Keep your roommate as long, so he can manage his money, and then now that he's married, and in another year or two, or no, now that they need to get a house together, but the first year, I think he even said, I'm the youngest guy in the office, new, low on the totem pole. So right now, keep your roommate. And so maybe that's why I don't mind that, because he's managing his money, and he knows, although I'm making good money, I don't want to lose the good money that I'm making.
Shanta, welcome to the conversation. We're talking about, at the moment, I guess, about finances. Milton and Lydia, what's your contribution?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, no worries. We're talking about Lydia and Milton, and the conversation obviously has also kind of involved around finances. How we're looking at finances as a couple, as a relationship. How's it meant to look like? Can people be living with a roommate, etc., before they, get married and stuff like that? We had a bunch of conversations going on at the same time, but wanted to kind of get your thoughts.
In my perspective, based on, let's say, look at in the last season with what's his name, Mark, situation where he was living with a roommate, but he was like living with a roommate plus the roommate and his girlfriend, and he was basically living with a couch. To me, Milton at least has his own bedroom and his house is decent, so I would think it's better than living a certain way,
Mm-hmm.
And for Lydia, what I didn't like is for her to immediately come into his house and judge him on his decor, Like, I didn't find the whole cow carpet being an issue. Like, if that's his taste, when you guys move in together, like, what if he wants to add something to your household, you're going to have to make a compromise. You can't just have that expectation that it's always going to go your way or the highway, because what she said is that she likes being the boss. So Milton, I feel like that's going to be a little power control, because what I've seen so far, they remind me of mother and son, the way she talks to him. I find it very odd that they talk to each other as if Lydia's talking down to him like he's a little child. And I don't know how that is going to work in their relationship dynamic.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, she does speak down to him. I'm looking forward to her meeting his family because that's going to be so funny.
I am very much looking forward to her meeting his family. I will agree with
Wait,
you,
Crystal. We can't hear you. This background noise. Go for it again.
Oh.
Ooh. Sound like you moving around too much, baby.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, because that was crazy. Go for it. Oh, sounds like they got you again. Oh, yeah, they got her again. Okay, cool. Let's move on because we've talked about them. Let's talk a little bit then about who I missed off. I want to go Uche yet because I feel like I'm running to them. If I go straight away to them. So is there anybody else I haven't spoke about? Oh no, okay. Well, we're pretty much here. Okay, cool. Let's talk about then obviously Uche Lydia or Uche Aaliyah. It's tough right now. What's your thoughts, ladies? Uche, Lydia, Uche and Aaliyah. It's been 7 episodes so far. What's your thoughts, guys and ladies? What's your thoughts?
Ooh, yes, Uche, oh my gosh, where there's so much. But really for all of them, there's so much for all of them. But his is more obvious, right? So his is kind of in your face. Most people that are watching could immediately see the red flags in him. So I'm like, okay. So his red flags are out there, they're obvious, but Lydia's too. But Aaliyah, hers was more subtle. So you almost missed hers. Well, for me, you almost missed hers until you did another look and was like, wait a minute, she's not secure in who she is. Like there's something for her to be drawn to his energy and then for her to come back and just literally break down at this person, even though they connected emotionally. Like she literally broke down as if he was her identifier. That was a red flag to me that she may not know herself as well as it appears she did at the beginning. Like there was just something there, even in her that was a little off. She's not off-putting. So I think that's why people really were drawn to her. But I feel like there was something off.
My opinion on the Uche and Aaliyah situation is, okay, let's see. Let's talk about episode 5 when he came into the studio wanting to talk to Aaliyah, right? I understand she left. I understand she didn't give any closure. What I didn't like is when he started talking down at her, when he started to victimize himself, when he started saying, oh, yeah, you weren't thinking about me when you left. You weren't thinking about the relationship. I'm like, I would assume that she did think about it, but what the problem is, you're not looking at it from her perspective. Lydia is obviously saying stuff to her because if you were more forthcoming the first time you guys spoke about Lydia and you decided to tell her about Lydia, that should have been the point where you would say, hey, this happened 3 months ago. I'm sorry this happened. Tell me exactly why you guys broke up. You know, like give me some direction. So when Lydia comes to me, tell me all this stuff, I can't have any bad expectations of you, you know? And then back to the dinner. My thing is when he left saying, I don't want to talk to her anymore. I don't want her phone number. I don't want to see her. Then why are you trying to reach out to her? Why are you going on Instagram actively looking at her profile to know she blocked you, then unblocked you, then sent you a voice message and deleted? Why are you actively looking for her? Before that, you had no issues. You came all of a sudden, you want to meet this girl. And I feel like that's because his ego got hit and he doesn't like when his ego is hit.
Yes, okay? I agree with that. I also feel like when she left the pods, she did not owe him any closure. I felt like you want closure, go to a therapist and get your own closure. I don't feel like she owed him anything. If she had decided to leave and stay gone, I feel like she didn't owe him anything, because you think about what you did. I don't have to teach you about what you did. You lied. But that's just me. I feel like she didn't owe him anything. So this whole you owe me closure, we could have had a last conversation. I know what people are saying. She could have ended it differently. But if she was ending it for real, I feel like she didn't owe him anything at that point.
And then for her to, even at the dinner, she brought it up to him. She said to him, hey, remember when I told you about the whole cheating conversation, the way you spoke down to me? She didn't feel like it was a safe space, but he did not listen to that. Like, he automatically went at her when he never gave her a safe space to talk about anything, So when you're going to come and act with all this, like throwing it in her face, being condescending. And I'm like, Aaliyah, stand up. Why are you begging this man? Why are you begging him? If Aaliyah was his type, probably he would have tried to give her a chance. But Aaliyah was obviously not his type when he saw her. But I'm telling you, that's a different conversation. But Aaliyah, girl, you need to stop crying. You need to stand up and stop begging a man to like you. You don't need this. For him to sit down, no, you don't take disrespect from no one. You are a strong woman. You're making money. It's not like you broke. Baby, stand up.
And even if she wasn't making money, even if she was struggling financially, nobody deserves that. So even if you are in a situation where he has more financially, you don't owe him anything. You don't owe him who you are, and he doesn't have the right to redefine you. But that's something that she'll have to learn. Well, she don't have to. She gets to learn for herself, and maybe choose to do better in her future relationships for herself.
So I have a question for Kojo as the sole male on the panel. Just as you say, women may eventually not respect the man and his financial situation, how does a man view a woman begging to be taken back?
Good one.
Oh, Sid. Listen, look, I think in this particular context of a situation, I'll take this context first and foremost, right? I think this situation, it's not pretty because of the way that everything's been set up, right? She walked away, has come back. She texted him on, she added him on Instagram, unfollowed him, then sent him a message, then unsent a message. It's given unstable. I can't lie to you. Do you know what I mean? But I think also if you're looking from a very darker perspective, one might look at it as the power has shifted hands into his, right? Because if you're begging rather than just saying, hey, look, I want to be with you, but if you don't want to be with it, I'm good, I'll go my way. That's completely different to I want to be with you. I want to make this work. I need this to be working. That tells me now you want it more, and you're probably willing to do whatever it takes to be in that position. Therefore, there's an air of quote unquote desperation, and at that point, I can use that against you. That's me talking from a very dark perspective. In a general perspective, I think it does happen in relationships. You have multiple conversations with maybe sometimes you've had with an ex in the past where you're trying to hash things out, and you're trying to. People are saying they want to be with each other, they're saying they're not getting away, and those kind of things. But in this aspect, he actually hasn't really, in any of the conversations, pushed for them to get back together. If you actually listen to the conversations that he's had, one on the phone and one in present, he actually hasn't really asked for her to come back. And that's why even at the end, he deaded it. So he was always going to dead it. That was always on his mind to dead it. Rightly or wrongly, he's always on his mind to dead it. And so in that particular aspect, yes, her begging in this instance doesn't sit well for as a man, because you're just thinking to yourself, you're begging for something that I don't even really want. So I think that's the context of the situation. Do I want it? If I don't want it, then you begging is like, yeah, I don't need that. I don't want that aspect,
Now, one thing, unpopular opinion, I'm going to say, I know the word on the street is that Lydia is stalking him and following or looking at his friends' pages and did a picture by the house. I have to say it was a little bit weak to me, because I've done that. Like, hey, guess what street I'm on? It's a friends. I'm on your street. I wonder if unpopular opinion, could Uche have been known Lydia was going on the show and he followed her instead?
Ooh. That's a good one.
I didn't get that.
I think she followed him though.
I think she followed him, if anything. But I do want to go back to the conversation that you got that these ladies were having. That was so interesting that you said that she didn't owe him anything. They ended on a good note. That was his impression. I do think she should have at least gave him a simple note that said, "Hey, I've changed my mind after thinking about it. I think that you and Lydia have too much of a history. This sounds like this is too messy for me. I'm out." Something. She didn't even have to even mention Lydia. Just say, you know what? After thinking about it, I don't think this is gonna work out for me. Something. Two. I agree with him. I don't think that he should have, and Kojo said it earlier, he should have badmouthed Lydia. And it does sound bad when a man that you're interested in badmouths an ex. I don't like that. It doesn't sound good. I always think, well, what did you do? Like, so when a guy is badmouthing his ex or another woman. So, because the truth is they did just meet. And then I agree also that, I love you to death. Lydia and Aaliyah, I love you so much. She's gonna be the auntie to my children. Girl, you all just met 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and so that was very suspicious to me. And at first, I was like, okay, this is Lydia's culture. She's just really huggy and lovey, and then I was like, but why is she putting him down so much? You know, I was like, I understand you want to boost your friend up when she feels bad. But why is she just going way too far? She's just putting too many extras on it. And then Aaliyah is not emotionally prepared. She's not, because he is too judgmental, and she's not emotionally she's emotionally insecure because she's a beautiful girl. I love the twists, I love the hair, everything. She was very beautiful. She's got a lot going for her, and she should not be, girl, like you just said. Girl, if he don't want you, you're be done and go on about your business. But I think that was the fact that she left and it wasn't an emergency, like she didn't have a family emergency, nothing. She just up and left and didn't say anything. He was done. Although he wanted to have that closure, he wanted to have that conversation with her. He wasn't going to backtrack. I didn't like when they did have a call. And then she was like, I still love you, and it is you, and I still want to be with you. No, girl, if you left in the middle of the night, that was you making a decision.
Right.
You made that decision for yourself. Do not backtrack and say, I still want you. Why would you do that? To me, he has every right to say, no, I don't want you back. And I don't blame him for saying, you know what, that's showing a lack of trust on your part. So I don't want you back. And I don't think that she should have backtracked. I actually think her backtracking, she wants a man to fight for her. And his calling and asking the producers to get her on the phone. Oh, well, he's fighting for me. He does really want me. So I will take him back. No, girl, stop that. You want a man to fight for you? That is absolutely a red flag.
Yeah.
So now you want this man. Now you want him to fight for you because you've made a decision. You've left. You didn't tell anybody else or you didn't tell the man that you want to be with that you're leaving. That's a decision. That's a definitive decision. So now you want to backtrack. I do want you. I do want to be with you. No. She definitely should not have said that. So the fact that she did say it, he has had a lot of time to talk about, to think about this. And I agree with Kojo a couple of days ago, him saying, well, you let some girl, this isn't just some girl. She was talking too much. It was just too many things. It was too many things, too much mess. And I don't want to be a part of it. You've made a decision. Don't backtrack now. Because you're going to Uche's point, in the real world, you're going to meet an ex of mine. And when we're together. So if this is how you do, then this is what you're going to do in the future. So she should have never backtracked.
I think she should never backtrack. And and I feel like it's so mature of y'all to talk about how she could have gave him some type of closure with a note. But my petty would have been like, watch the replay and figure it out in therapy. Because no, I'm not. Bye. But she came back. Do y'all think Lydia love bombed Aaliyah? Like she just.
I feel like for Lydia actively knew when she found out that Aaliyah liked Uche, she actively went to talk to Aaliyah. There was no if or but. She did target Aaliyah. There's no way your best friend with some girl the first day of the first week of this whole experiment. Like, that's crazy to me,
Yeah, that was crazy too. The way they were just so wrapped up with each other that quickly on this type of show. I'm like, we can become friends, but we're here looking for a mate.
Yeah, I agree. I actually, first I was like I said, oh, that's her culture. It looks like she's hugging everybody, but she definitely put on extras when she found out that her and Uche had hit it off. And then after she found out that they were really, together, she was like, every time they she came out of the pod, she kept asking about Uche. How was your date with Uche? How was your date with Uche? And that was too much. Like, don't do that. Now, and also I do think that what's her name is a little petty. She got a petty streak in her. Aaliyah, she's good because if old girls kept asking about her, then she said, and I was rude. I did say something wrong. I said, well, if he doesn't engage, if I don't engage with him, then you can have him back. And she said, well, I was just joking. No, you weren't. There's always a morsel. What is it? A kernel of truth in so you were being honest. You were being petty. You didn't like the fact that she was love bombing you. You didn't like it. Everything was now it's a conspiracy theory. Now, she did this on purpose. Now she's trying. Yeah, it was too much.
Yes, very passive, aggressive. She doesn't know. I have to give her petty lessons. That's not petty. She don't know how to ride it out. But I'm being facetious. She definitely passive aggressive, but she has her own inner work. I feel like she showed everyone how much inner work she has to do for herself. Because begging for Uche to take her back and just allowing Lydia to come in and to love bomb her and just you're gonna be my children's auntie. Like, how do you do that within the first week with someone? Just showed how much inner work she has for herself, which is very brave on her to come on national TV and do that.
No, but for Lydia, for me, with her, she did convince Lydia that they were the exact same person. When she kept on telling Lydia, when Lydia kept on telling her, you're just like me, we're the same. That's why, and then what happened was Aaliyah convinced herself that she was really Lydia. Because why did she go in the pods, tell Uche you really went back and you're trying to date a girl that acts exactly like Lydia? To me, Lydia and Aaliyah are two different persons. So I think the only comparison I can make about them is that the fact that they're both crybabies, but they're completely two different people. So for her to immediately start saying, oh, she thinks as herself as Aaliyah, no.
Are they that different though? One's quiet, one's loud, but at the core of it, are they really that different? They're both needy.
I'm gonna say that, you know what, I know you guys said that Aaliyah doesn't owe our boy any explanation. She absolutely does. this is what you enter into when you decide to get intimate with somebody on an emotional level. It takes an emotional maturity to have a conversation, because anything less would be saying that she actually was in imminent danger from him. That's the only reason why we're concluding that she should have left and not said anything. If she was emotionally and mentally in imminent danger, then I can justify for why she doesn't say anything, because this could be an abusive situation. I don't think she's in that imminent danger. While I do believe that there are present things in that relationship that were not great and red flags and things for her to say end of relationship, I think it also hasn't helped her either, because she hasn't learned the lesson. The lesson that she should have learned is it's going to be repeating itself again, because she's going to have to learn it with somebody else. This would have been a perfect example to learn and say, actually, let me go back into a pod, tell him, I don't even have to even look him in the eye. I can actually sit behind a wall, you know what I mean? And go, hey, look, appreciate this, the connection we've had. I really loved every moment of it. But for my own, I've got to walk away, right? Now, if he tries to say whatever he says, you can say, fantastic, I appreciate it. But I, for me, have to make the decision to walk away. To walk away, not say anything, is to ghost the person, right? And this type of ghosting here, it's not even like after 1 day or 2 days and the person's crazy. This is, you've been talking behind a wall and you've realized that you guys have connected so much that you say you love the person. So she actually lost all level of leverage in the relationship, because she ended up leaving without saying anything and then coming back and begging like a dog at the table asking for scraps. So now for his position is, he was happy to end it because he won in the end. Because at this point, you proved this point. And number two, also, now I'm in a situation where you're begging. Oh, fantastic. My ego going to be kept cool. Because now I can say to you, well, you know what? You're the one who's at fault. You're the issue. Dagga, dagga, dagga. Now she's going to be feeling like she's the issue. When in reality, it should have been him. She should have had the opportunity to walk away. Now it's going to be on her mind for the next few weeks, thinking about how she might have messed up, or why she did this, or why she was wrong, or da-da-da. She's going to feel that guilt, when it really should have been, I've been feeling empowered because I've made a decision that was actually for me. You know what I mean? And I think it speaks to her own issues that she fails to deal with. And it's actually the reason why she cheated and didn't say anything in the first place. You're back in the same cycle. You need to learn how to advocate for yourself. And so if you don't learn how to do that, you will end up in situations like this. Go for it, Elsie.
I wonder if this is how she left the ex as well. I mean, this is the only example we have of her ending a relationship. But, history repeats itself. Did she have closure with the ex? I'm a proponent. I don't need closure. But if you're in this, love is blind situation in the pods, there's a process. So just abruptly leaving the process, she should sit in it and tell him, this is exactly what made me uncomfortable. Apart from that, with Uche, I agree with you. He does want to be right. He wants to be seen as the one who left the person because he was the victim and they did something bad to him. So he comes out looking clean. Now, I'm going to say that may be his law brain, but when, if you're saying something as strongly as Lydia is stalking me, I am not going to a party where you are. I am not going anywhere where you are, and I'm not pulling you into a room to show receipts. So Uche is on a mission to try and make sure everything comes out in a wash and he looks clean, and he actually made himself look even worse or just dirty.
Absolutely. That whole thing was so stupid. Why are you going back and bringing out a lineage of history? Make the thing the thing. If you are upset because what did Aaliyah say? Me and Lydia had words. Aaliyah and Lydia had words. That's what you bring up to Lydia. I'm upset because of you talking to Aaliyah about our relationship or whatever, but make that conversation paramount. Him going back into history, you know that this isn't going to go well, because you know how Lydia is. You bringing up stuff from way back and not even talking about the actual issue right now, you're never going to get the actual issue out, because she's going to pop off. But honestly, I was like, why did you do that? Because, well, one, I think, as you just said, Elle said, you want to be right. But at the same time, I almost think, did production tell you to go through history and tell her why you're mad at her and tell her why you don't like her? I'm like, this is stupid. This is just stupid. And honestly, that's why Milton, he got ghosts. He probably did go to the bathroom, but he spent 20 minutes in the bathroom because he does not like mess, and that all was messy to him. That whole thing was stupid. I don't think he looked good, and honestly, that backfired on him. He wanted to look good. This is why I don't like you. Why? Because now you look stupid. Well, this is why I'm hurt. This is why this girl doesn't like me, and this is why Aaliyah left me because you said something. That's just stupid. That's it for now.
Uche doesn't take accountability. He only partially takes accountability if he's caught in something, but he doesn't fess up on his own. So that was like a major turn off. And to me, that was enough reason for her to leave without having to say anything else to him, for her own peace of mind, for her own sanity. Because I personally am not going to argue with a narcissistic lawyer, because you have the skill to turn it around and for her to even question herself. So I do hear what y'all are. I'm telling you, I hear what you're saying. And on the intellectual level, I'm like, yes, that makes so much sense. You're in the show. Go ahead and do the things. But for real, out here in these streets, no, you're not gonna get a second chance to have me second guessing myself. And you're a narcissistic lawyer, and I know how you are with words. I've been in the pods with you for a long time, enough for me to know I cannot win an argument with you. I don't have it in me to win an argument with you. So bye. Watch the replay, figure it out.
But why does he instantly get the label of narcissistic? I think we're very quick to throw that label around, that he gets it straight, narcissistic lawyer. Again, I'm not saying that he isn't a narcissist, but I think when we quickly throw that label, we throw people into this particular space straight away, right? He's a narcissistic lawyer, so I'm not going to go back and forth with him. Well, the reality of the situation is you're still going to have to learn your lesson. You can run away all you want. You're going to face it with somebody else. It won't be a narcissist. It might be a normal person, but you're going to run away the same way, the same place there. You have to learn the lessons, whether you like it or not. You're going to have to learn the lesson. You can run today, but tomorrow you're going to have to face it. You're going to see it again and again and again until you learn how to deal with the situation. So whether the situation in this, whether she felt like it was a bit political, you've actually come crawling back with a tail between your legs. So clearly we're not learning the lesson. It wasn't a runaway, and that's why I said she can't do that, because she was never fully convinced in leaving in the first place, because you've come back. So I think the first thing we need to look at here is that as an individual person, can you stand on your own two squares? Now, if he really is a narcissist, which we can't guarantee, what you're seeing is somebody who's manipulative, but there's a whole bunch of manipulative people on the show, but we're not calling them narcissists. And I think we're very quick to label people narcissists. Do we run away? No, we have a conversation and we let the person know this is where I stand. And if they keep going on, then you say, listen, well, I'm done. I've finished. I've said my piece, and I move on. You can keep talking, but you're gonna be talking by yourself. We have to learn that particular lesson. But I'm always cautious about throwing the narcissism word real quick, because everybody gets thrown around this narcissism. As soon as you don't like them, or they disagree with you, or they're manipulative, they're straight away a narcissist. Some people are manipulative, and that's just what they are. They become manipulative kind of people in this particular scenario, particular situation. But I'm always cautious about throwing that narcissistic word. Y'all don't throw that word quickly around with women when they're manipulative. Let's not do that with men. You know what I mean? Like, let's also have that aspect, because I haven't seen narcissistic behavior per se. You know what I mean?
He's not narcissistic. He's just very condescending, and he gaslights a lot, and he's a little bit manipulative. But I wouldn't call him narcissistic. You'll have to be medically diagnosed with that for me to say he is, but I say he's very, very condescending. He looks down on people a lot.
Now, folks in the chat are saying about lawyers and lying, and I would say a lawyer's job is to present reasonable doubt. So what Uche is doing is making you doubt yourself, even if it's a kernel, even if it's, a mustard seed. He is wedging doubt, and that is what I think he went there to wreak havoc with Lydia and Milton. It's like, you wrecked my relationship, I'm going to wreck yours. But he brought up his own hurts. As you said, nothing about Aaliyah, nothing about going after my woman in the pods. It was all about what she did in the 3 months ago that he's upset about. It's like, that's history. You know, you were talking about Aaliyah, but that's history you're bringing up to Lydia. You're not going to the root of the problem. You're trying to make Lydia doubt herself in a relationship. And now you're going to put a wedge in this current one because she can't be happy and find love in the pods if she wrecked mine.
Yes.
That's a great point. Because Milton also is very much he's not gonna fight and argue with you. I actually like the way Milton, or for Milton, for Milton, that was putting his foot down and saying, we got to go in 10 minutes, meaning, hey, you're my fiance, get up and go. Milton's not gonna fight, especially not with another black man. He's just not gonna do that. He's not going to sit there and argue the point. And Lydia should have gotten up and said, okay, let's go. But then when she backed up and said, okay, let me finish talking to him. One, I thought that was a wrong thing for her to do. But since she did it and he said, okay, fine, I think you need to also read Milton's face and his body language. It tells you everything. When he said, okay, fine, and he got up very quick. Them long legs moved very quickly. And that was him saying, I'm pissed. I don't like arguments. I don't like messy stuff. And you need to leave with me. And the fact that he did not like that. So you really need to start, she really needs to start listening to him, his body language and everything with Milton, because that was not cool for her to do that. So, yeah.
Could we talk about how Uche's tone changed from the pods and on the phone to in person?
Yes.
The bass in his voice is real deep when he's not face to face. His tone is very, very cutting when he's not face to face. But when he was at the restaurant, and even when he was in front of Lydia and he's trying to battle Lydia, he's not using that deep, condescending tone. He is being condescending, but that tone, he evened that out real quick.
But you look at his face now, he gets condescending. He looks at you as if you're stupid. And that's what he does. It's not just he does the voice thing when he's not showing his face, but when you look at his face, he'll look at you as if you're dumb, as if he's right and you're always wrong.
But that's a superiority complex.
I agree that 100%. I think he definitely considers himself to be more superior. And not only that, I think when he puts himself against Aaliyah, he definitely feels more superior. If I was to look at it from an objective point of view, if I look at it from my dark lenses, I would think I'm superior to Aaliyah. You're way too emotional. And that when someone's way too emotional, you know that you can twist them up in the same way. It's the same thing he did with Lydia. He knows that she's way too emotional. And when you and it's a dark arts, it's a manipulation technique. When you notice somebody's sore point or where they get emotional, that they stop using the logic, is where you hit them at. So with Uche, I saw that with Aaliyah, when he was talking to her at the dinner, you notice that he goes into that realm where he's not answering the question anymore. He now asks you to question your own intelligence. Are you really smart? And instantly when he did that, she actually conceded. She started laughing and saying, well, yeah. When he said, oh, do you really think me and her could sit? Yes, Negro, I do think you could do that. So I'm gonna tell you straight, yeah, I do think you can do that. I definitely think you can. And past people have done it in other shows. So yes, I do believe you can do that. So once he does that, he tests the boundary that you're willing to put up against him. That's his job. He's a lawyer, so he's learned those tactics. What he doesn't realize is doing that in a relationship is not beneficial for a relationship. So you couple your job and your expertise with your trust issues. Now you're using your skills to the wrong effect. And that's what we're seeing with Uche. He's never going to be in a healthy relationship until he heals those wounds, because it will always be that you have those dark traits that you have with the skills that you have that makes you amazing at your job, will be the defining factor as to why your relationship will not work, because you'll always be interrogating somebody without interrogating. He put her on the stand. So when he then says what he's saying and twists it, like, are you really Are you really gonna believe like what she's saying? Like, can you really think that would actually happen? Yes, I can believe that would happen, sir. I can believe that would happen. And then she conceded. Game over. Then the same thing with Lydia. He's not going to try and make her see her point of view because she's not going to be rational about it. Instead, what he's going to work in is your emotional state. He knows that Lydia's going to get irate. So if you watch in the situation when she was starting to get irate, he kept his voice real calm, real low. He can see she's getting irate, and instead of just saying, "Hey, wait, hold on, it's getting a bit irate. Let's pause the conversation here because I want to have a productive conversation." He gonna keep prodding slowly. It's like, "Well, you lied, and you weren't honest about the situation. You know you were this, and she's trying to have the conversation. He knows what he's doing in that instance. He knows he's gonna prod you off. And then you're going to look crazy. This conversation never happened. Now, again, this goes back to my original point about if you don't also have good boundaries in terms of production and letting them know what you're going to do and what you're not going to do, you are going to be in a line of hair of fire. Because in reality, this started before this moment. It started when you were in the pods and they told you to lie about the situation with Lydia, and you did. So now if they're going to ask you, and I'm not saying they actually did, we don't know, if they ask you to go and have a conversation about your past, what happened in the last 3 months in a relationship, guess what you're going to do? You go and do it because it's much easier than lying to Aaliyah. So you definitely go and do it. And in that situation, you wasted a lot of time because the conversation would have been more productive served talking about what her current behaviors are and how they affect the person who you were trying to marry. But you had none of that thought process because the superiority complex, he thinks he's better than her. Not only that, he wants to be right. And when you want to be so right and when you're so self-righteous, you forget the original position as to what you were trying to fight for. It becomes about the moral high ground, and the superiority in that aspect. And he lost all sight of what it should have been, which is you just told us that she's a stalker, all this stuff, and she broke your privacy. But guess what she just did? She did the exact same thing to the girl that you were trying to get close to. She literally got into her space, got into her mind, got into her thought processes, injected seeds of doubt, and then made that girl, now that girl doesn't want to be with you. Well, at least that girl ran away for a little bit, and now you don't want to be with her. You didn't think about that at all because that was not what his end goal was. His end goal was to look shiny and to look like you said earlier on, Elle said as well, like he's a victim in a situation. I've been done dirty. And what it was also confirming is his bias, which is women do me dirty. I'm the great guy, I'm the nice guy, I'm the good guy, and women consistently do me dirty. So now I have every reason to keep my bias of I don't trust women, and this is further proof of then why I shouldn't trust them, because look what I did. But he hasn't realized, going through that conversation with Lydia and Aaliyah, you got a pattern of behavior, my guy. You know what I mean? You're also dishonest, and you call it as, no, I wasn't. And if you listen to the conversation, Lydia, there's a part where he says, no, I came clean to you later on that day. She said, well, you wasn't clean in the beginning. So you do the exact same thing you did Aaliyah. You do the exact same thing with Lydia. He is a problem as much as Aaliyah is. He is as much as a problem. And fate brings you to a point where you met the same woman that you met before. How would you deal with it differently? You didn't. You did the exact same thing. You are on a cycle of decision-making, just like Lydia. And until you learn, and Aaliyah, until those three begin to learn, their lives are going to keep on going circular. You know what I mean? Anybody else? Last few minutes, because before we get off here, anybody else? Last few minutes.
I agree with that. Absolutely. You do keep repeating the same patterns until you choose to stop and learn from it, address it, heal from it. So in a sense, he did choose Lydia in Aaliyah as far as the emotional state, just like she is choosing whoever she's chosen in the past and has not actually stopped to look at why am I running and not addressing the issue to heal from. So I'm not repeating the same thing. Now, I will remove the word narcissist. I will do that. So I do thank you for sharing that. But he has issues. He has some unhealed issues and that he's projecting on her. And he's definitely using his skills of being a lawyer. And I'm not saying that all lawyers are liars. I know some great lawyers, but this one right here takes no accountability for his actions. There's no accountability. So that was like a major red flag for me. We're not perfect, but there's no accountability. It seemed like everything was twisted back to why it's the other person's fault, but there was no accountability unless caught. So I don't know if he's pausing to heal from this, but I'm hoping that maybe Aaliyah will. in this instance, or as you said, she'll keep repeating the cycle.
You know what, Anitra? I would hire him though. If he's that good at manipulation, I would hire him. You know, okay? He gonna win my case, okay? Period.
I wouldn't hire him per se. I wouldn't hire him. I wouldn't hire him. I didn't care for his vibe, but that's just me. Do you think it's a cultural thing though? Because I have seen comments where it's because he's Nigerian.
Nigerian man energy always disappointing the Africans.
Yeah, and so I don't have enough knowledge in that area, so I don't know. Too funny.
I can't defend them. I'm Ghanaian, so I can't comment. If that's your experience, that's your experience. They definitely go and get me in the chat because they've been telling me that I've been slandering them on this channel. So why? Nigerians can't catch a break on this side of the town. Listen, look, we're gonna bring this to a close because my time is short. I've got another live coming up in a few hours as well. I'm going to be talking with Christopher from Ready to Love. We're going to have some real conversation as well. And then we've got a live later on at I think 8 p.m. EST. The super panel will be back and they'll be discussing from episode 5 to 7 as well. So we got 2 doses of Love is Blind and getting ourselves prepared for when they drop the later episodes next week. But yeah, no, listen, it's it's an interesting episode so far, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the next few episodes. I'm sure they're going to find a way to drag Uche and Lydia and Aaliyah into the next few episodes because they are great TV in some shape or form, and so probably look forward to seeing that as well. But I want to see if Milton will make the choice to not go forward with his marriage, whether Izzy will look to go forward with his particular relationship as well. And whether Chris, I don't know if they're going to focus more on Chris and Johnny as well, because you're one couple down. I'm surprised they haven't focused on Chris and Johnny as well going forward. So that may be something, so we'll have a conversation as well.
Wait, what time is 8 p.m. PST in Eastern time?
Oh, sorry, EST, 8 p.m. EST.
8 p.m. EST. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Sorry, apologies. 8 p.m. EST, which is 1 o'clock UK time. But so we'll be back for that as well. So yeah, listen, guys, I appreciate you. We'll see you guys in a few hours. And we see. I don't think anyone is getting married in this situation. You're absolutely right. Much love and appreciation. I'll play one clip before we get out of here because, as I say, you got to leave here with something when you leave this channel. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, and click on that bell button for notification of the uploads.
Like, I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.